Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox 10 Phoenix.com. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream as we get you ready for the afternoon and evening session of the RNC convention. I'm your host, Mike Page. Happy to be here with you guys this afternoon as we have you up until 9 p.m. Arizona time. Looking forward to that. I do, while we wait for the evening edition to kick in here for the convention in Cleveland, I do have some updates to tell you guys about. Right now, RNC unclear of Cruz's intentions for tonight. Much is up in the air tonight about tonight's proceedings, how they will unfold, from who will preside over the roll call vote for the nomination to what Cruz supporters have planned, sources say. As of yesterday, it seemed a safe bet that Cruz's name would be placed in nomination. Tonight, officials are expressing uncertainty as to whether it will be. Cruz has not released his 559 delegates, so any roll call with result in many delegates being tallied for Cruz. There are concerns that the roll call vote could be subjected to any number of dilatory tactics, such as Cruz delegates in a Trump state demanding a polling of the state delegation because they believe the chairman of their delegation did not accurately tally the votes of the delegates in the delegation, and so on. Another open question is whether once Trump has secured the nomination, the chair would move to make that by acclamation, a process that requires 2/3 majority and which could expose the party and the nominee to a voice vote like yesterday's, where the hall is noisy and the A's can be only said to have it by virtue of the chair steamrolling over the Cruz forces in an ugly way. Finally, the delegates are not bound for the vice presidential nomination, and mischief could be made there too. So be on the lookout, folks. We're going to carry this for you in its entirety today. We appreciate everybody being part of the stream with us already. We are getting ready to rock and roll with you guys here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see Quicken Loans Arena there in Cleveland as we are waiting for the delegates to get back and take their seats for the evening edition. Citing high security costs, this is an update here. Wright State University announced today that it has withdrawn from hosting the first presidential debate in September. WHIO reported that costs for the event rose to $3.5 million to over $8 million. I can't assure the safety of our students and the community, the university's president said. RNC Communications Director Sean Spicer just gave an unusual defense of Melania Trump's speech last night, which has come under, major fire for allegedly plagiarizing Michelle Obama's 2008 DNC convention speech. Making the argument that the alleged borrowed passages contain commonly used phrases, Spicer quoted a number of other famous people to media outlets who have said that they have used the similar phrases. Melania Trump said, "The strength of your dreams and your willingness to work for them." Twilight Sparkles from My Little Pony said, "This is your dream. Anything you can do in your dream, you can do now." All right, folks, and we're going to show you just a little bit ago Our very own John Hook is there live in Cleveland, giving us great reports. He's going to be there all week for us. Take a look.
Excellent. I love news now.
So, how are things going? I know you had lunch with the governor just now, Arizona governor.
Yeah, we had lunch with the governor and Angelo's. If you could turn your monitor down, that would help so I don't get the feedback. But we went inside, broke bread with the governor, talked politics. You know, he's been a little late to the party on the Trump bandwagon, but he's on now, and he's supporting him. And he will, tonight in the roll call, read Arizona's 58 delegates for Donald Trump. Now, there could be some stragglers still in the group in Arizona because you know there's been a little bit of dissension. Some people, certainly Cruz supporters, who are not on board the Trump train. And in fact, one of those lost their credentials. We brought you that story yesterday. Lori Hack got her credential pulled by the party chairman of Arizona. And so she's now sitting in the overflow from the Texas delegation up in the nosebleed. So it's been interesting.
Well, John, for viewers who are tuning into news now who missed your story yesterday, can you elaborate on that and her credential being pulled?
Yeah, the delegates met yesterday morning, and Robert Graham, the state party chairman for Arizona, you know, they want unity on that floor. They don't want to have a bunch of divisions showing up on national television, and this goes for every delegation across that convention. So some of the party chairmen said, you know, if you're not going to vote the way you are supposed to vote, in other words, Arizona voted for Donald Trump, so the delegates should reflect that in their vote on the floor tonight. And if you're not going to vote for Trump, you can't sit with the delegation. And so they pulled Lori Hack's credential yesterday, and so she's now sitting as a spectator.
How do you think the convention went overall yesterday? I mean, a lot of the talk on Twitter is about Melania Trump's speech, and it's kind of taken away from the message that, you know, everyone else up there brought.
You know, I have to be honest with you, Sami. A lot of these speeches I don't see because we are covering the delegation and we're talking to people and interviewing people, so we miss a lot of the coverage that somebody at home might see. What I could catch of it, it looked like a typical convention to me. Not a lot different than conventions I've covered in the past. And I was telling you yesterday, this is my 9th convention, and they all start to kind of blend together. It's pretty typical. Even though Trump said this would be a different kind of convention, you still look at the grid on who's speaking, and politicians are more than 50% of the speakers. So even though he wanted a real star-studded affair and turn it into entertainment, it's still, after all, is a political convention. There's really no easy way to get around that. So I think they did fine. I've read things on Politico that this whole thing was a train wreck, night one for Trump. I don't really see that, honestly. It felt like a normal opening night of a convention. Maybe a little more ominous in that, you know, they were talking about keep America safe again. And so there was a lot of discussion about immigration and crime that comes from that. Illegal immigration, and there was discussion about the U.S. military. We got a lot of that the world's not a safe place. So it was a little downbeat in that respect. But Melania Trump, I don't know what to say about that. I can't know whether they lifted that from Michelle Obama's speech before or took parts of it, or whether these are just themes that spouses would almost universally say about their husband. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I know you mentioned some of the overall themes, keeping America safe again. We heard from parents who lost their children because of illegal immigrants, for example. We heard from Brandon Mendoza's mom. Did you cross paths with her at all yesterday?
Right. Yeah, we talked to her yesterday right after she gave the speech. We ran that at 9 o'clock. And she talked about how Trump personally reached out to her. He wanted her to be part of the convention. In fact, she told me, just to back up so people know who we're talking about, Brandon Mendoza was a Mesa police officer killed by a wrong-way drunk driver in 2014, who also happened to be an illegal immigrant. So the point she made was, my son would still be alive if there was a border policy that was effective that kept people who shouldn't be here out. This guy had warrants out of Colorado. He'd been in the criminal justice system in Colorado. Even though there were threats of deportation, he was never deported. So he ends up killing her son in a wrong way drunk driving crash. This is a Mesa police officer that connected so well with that community and was a shining light of what police officers should be and should aspire to be. And so the community and Arizona lost a great young man when he was killed. And she said, why are we doing this? We've got people here who should not be here, but besides that, they're here and they're committing crimes. And they're robbing our own communities of good, honest people whose lives are cut short. And she just finds it incredibly offensive, and obviously she's devastated. And Trump reached out to her and said, I want you to tell your story at the convention. And she said yes. And in fact, she told me that Trump, she was only going to be here for the first day of the convention. And that Trump personally said, I want you to be here all 4 days. I want you to be part of this. So he's reaching out in very personal ways to some of these people.
Right, I know another person who lost their son as a result of an illegal immigrant was Jamil Shaw Sr. He mentioned how Trump reached out to him. Were you able to speak with him at all, or did you catch his speech?
No, I did not speak with him. But you know what? When we're on this subject, I think it's noteworthy. Here we are in Little Italy in Cleveland, and John Netzel on the camera. We'll just pan around. This is Jude LaCava and Rick D'Amico's old neighborhood. So when we talk about assimilation and we talk about people and immigrant communities, this is a classic example in America. This happens to be in Cleveland, probably 20 miles from the convention hall. And this is where folks immigrated to, and there are Italian flags hanging proudly in this neighborhood. But what you come away with when you talk to folks here is, yes, they're proud of their heritage, they're proud of their roots, but they are Americans first. And that is something you really feel in these neighborhoods. And this is the thing we're grappling with right now with immigration, not only when we talk about immigrants from Muslim countries, predominantly Muslim countries, you get into this discussion about assimilation. People want to come here, they want to live here in America and have all the benefits of that. But do they also want to be Americans, which is the one thing that kind of binds us all together, is that you can come from wherever you come from, and it's a melting pot, and it's a great part of what makes this country so amazing. But at the same time, if you have people on different pages completely, that creates issues. And it wasn't lost on me when we came here today.
Right, that's so interesting that you brought that up, John Hook. Actually, about 5 years ago or so, I asked my dad, I was like, well, do you identify with being Indian or Pakistani? Because he was raised in India and had lived in Pakistan for college. And I didn't even ask him about American, and his response was, I'm American. I've lived here for 40 years. I'm none of them. Yeah. And it was so shocking. It was so interesting for me to hear from my dad.
I have a similar story. On my dad's side, my dad's mother's side, Swanson, Swedish. And he was telling me a story just the other night. He's 92 years old. He said, I remember growing up, my mother would come unglued if Cece, my great-great-grandfather, would start talking Swedish. She would go crazy. She said, not in this house. We're going to speak English. She was hardcore about this stuff. It's just really interesting how you hear these stories. We're all from somewhere.
Right.
Barack Obama is absolutely right about that. We're all from somewhere else. Mm-hmm. The question is, do we still have this binding agent, which is being an American? Right. And you're proud of your heritage, you're proud of your ancestry, but the glue that binds us seems to be a little bit frayed right now.
Right. Right. I mean, I haven't even been in an elementary school. I'm assuming kids are still saying the Pledge of Allegiance on a daily basis, right?
They are at my kids' school. Yeah, they are.
See, those are the things that I feel like bind us at an early age.
I agree. The national anthem, all of that. It doesn't mean you turn your back on who you are, but are you also part of this? And that's a debate we're having. You can feel it in this country right now. People talk about this a lot. We were talking about it with the governor today. I mean, he's half Italian, Governor Ducey. Mm-hmm. So that's why we decided to break bread here at Angelo's. We thought it'd be a good spot to just kind of chill out, have some Italian food, and it's home for him. He grew up in Toledo, not that far from here. He actually, I was surprised. He said he'd never been to Cleveland before. The governor. It's amazing for an Ohio guy. And remember, there's so many issues right now. His father was a beat cop in Toledo. So we talked a little bit about that as well, about how his father would feel about everything that's going on right now concerning cops and what's happening out on the street. And a gentleman here eating lunch from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, who we were talking to. You got a second? You got your parm here going.
One short break all day, and now you're going to put us on the air. And
I know that feeling.
Wondering what we're doing.
Give me your name, first of all, so people know your bio.
I'm Kevin Riley, the editor of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and this is Greg Bluestein, one of our political reporters.
Great. Pardon me that I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But, we know your byline, and we know who you guys are, but we don't see your faces sometimes.
Yeah, we're not as famous as you television folks, but we like to think we work hard.
Now, you and I were talking earlier. Your father was also a beat cop.
Right. Cleveland's my hometown. That's part of why I came here from Atlanta, and my father was a police officer here for about 30 years. So it's great to be back home, see a lot of friends and family, and in light of all the things that have been happening in our country lately, it's just I'm very mindful and attentive to the issues that are being discussed at the convention and in our country at large.
We were talking about some of these beat cops that they go through a whole career and never draw their weapon.
Right. I just think that, again, reflecting on my dad, who's dead now, the cops of that era were just a different breed. It was a lot more about their sense of community service, their sense of duty. And I don't think they were exposed to as much pressures as cops are exposed to now. And I think they enjoyed maybe more respect sometimes than police officers do now. But he and I had a lot of debates over the years about the role of police and what they would do. But the thing I'm always reminded of is, cops don't like bad cops either. Most cops work really hard, do a really great job, and they're just as troubled by cops who get out of line as they are by the lack of respect for the work they do.
What would your dad think about what's happening now, this tension between the minority community and cops?
I think he'd be very concerned in the way that all good cops are now too, because they spend their careers protecting and helping people, and they would be very concerned that there maybe some among their ranks aren't honoring that tradition the way they should be, and that's resulted in some disrespect.
Before we let you go, I got to let you get back to your chicken parm, but can you give me a sense, your feeling? You probably covered a lot of these conventions, as have I. This is my 9th, and you probably covered more of them. How do you think it's going so far? What do you detect a really different tone? To me, they kind of all blend together.
I just think that a lot of the people here feel like the country is at a real inflection point. And it remains to be seen how this election will come out, but people have strong feelings. I think we all have to hope that it results in a better understanding and conversation for our country, so that when we get done with the election in November, we can all move on to what everyone feels like will be a better place.
Thank you. And for now, the better place is that chicken parm. Did you get a shot of that? That was amazing. We got to get the. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we're in Little Italy, as you know, Samia. So we're taking in the sights and sounds, and it's all good.
It looks good. I'm kind of envious of your meal that you just had.
Oh yeah. Are you, Angelo. Angelo is the fine owner of this place. No, you don't want to be on TV. What do you got? Oh, you want me to give this to Jude? Jude LaCava? There we go. This is the blending that we talked about. It's an Italian-American flag. There you go, Samia.
Wow.
Getting back to our original point. You're an alternate delegate from New York. We're going to... Hey, you got time, right, Samia? Time is not an issue on News Now. Is that right?
We can keep going.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. And your name is?
Joe Emanuel.
Joe, are you on the Trump train?
Yes, I am on the Trump train.
Delegate from New York.
Alternate delegate from New York, upstate New York, Montgomery County, actually. I live in Amsterdam, New York, and we're here to rally behind our candidate to be the next mayor of America. or excuse me, not mayor. I'm thinking mayor, next president of the United States.
I was thinking maybe you're
I'm a
throwing
former
something
mayor.
in there.
I'm
you're
a former mayor of city of Amsterdam.
Can you tell me how the cohesion is right now in the hall? Because there's some deep fractions going on and fractures going on. John McCain from our state, Arizona, is not here. Our other Senator Jeff Flake is not here. The governor of Ohio is not here. No former presidents are here. I mean, it's really kind of odd in terms of political conventions in that regard.
You know, it is a concern, but I think we have to look beyond that. We can't allow Hillary Clinton to just walk into the White House again like she did 4 years ago with Barack Obama. So the idea is to have our delegation, and yes, there's going to be disagreement. That's part of the political process. That's why America is so great, because of a democracy. But yes, and this is the place to do it. We have 50 states here that are here all supporting or trying to become a solidified group of...
Is that possible?
But it's going to become an issue whether you want Donald Trump.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to a live event happening right now in Cleveland. John Kasich event happening now.
That you've done. There is one thing I want you to understand. When I traveled around the country, I had a message. The message was of unity and lifting people. You know, a lot of times in politics, and this kind of astounds me, sometimes people think that the message in a campaign is nothing more than rhetoric. The message for me was never about rhetoric. These are the things that I deeply believe in. There is no way that I would have ever entered a race for president just to win an election. My wife would never have permitted me to enter a race just because it's to win an election. The reason why you get in politics is because you want to bring about profound change. And the things that you want to do have to come from your soul. They have to come from your heart. They have to come from your brain. And they don't come from polling or calculations or statistics. You know, we left the race abruptly. And the reason why we did is that I became convinced that in one way or another, to go forward, I would have to tell people things that I didn't think were true. I couldn't reconcile that. And secondly, I did not want to lose that message. I felt it was so important that the message of what we need to do as a nation is far more important than John Kasich. And you know, and I want to thank my mother and father, and particularly my mother, for the way that she raised me to believe in things and to speak and to be able to stand your ground and stand with your principles. I mean, look, none of us are looking for sainthood. I'm just a slob trying to get through the day and do the best I possibly can, realizing I got another chance tomorrow to maybe get it right. The campaign profoundly changed me. And I want to tell you what happened. You see, when we started the campaign, it was about balancing budgets, critical. It was about economic growth, absolutely vital. It was about rebuilding America, critical. But it became about something deeper than that. And maybe the way to describe it in a way is when I was leaving yesterday a briefing, and I was walking to another briefing with our great law enforcement people. And there were two women standing up against a building. I think they were having a cigarette break. And one of them said, "Hey, Governor, hey, Governor." And I looked and I saw her, and maybe in years past, I would have just gone right by her. But I went over to her because it was the way she called my name. I heard her. She said, "I am a 4-time cancer survivor, and I want you to know that the Lord has a purpose for me." And I looked at her and I said, "Would you pray for me and my family, not for success, but would you just pray that we can be as good as we can possibly be. You see, throughout the country, I came to learn about what's inside of people more than ever in my lifetime. Yes, it's about economic growth. Yes, it is about fixing our schools. Yes, it is about giving people opportunity. But it's deeper than that. Americans want to feel as though they matter. Americans want to feel like people care about them. And Americans want to believe that the people standing next to them are going to be there for them, whether they know them or whether they don't. It's about connecting hearts and lives again in the United States of America. And everybody having a chance to be successful. You know, we hear a lot about negative and division and polarization and we're down and we're down. Let me tell you, I've never been more satisfied professionally. And frankly, now that my daughters have been driving for a few months, never been more satisfied personally because of my wife and because of our family. But I'm an optimist about America. And I know this, America is the leader of the world. We can't shrink, we can't run away. You know why? Because we're good people. And we are people who believe that they can make a big difference. And it's up to all of us. You know, this is not just political rhetoric here. Here's what I want to tell you. Believe that you can change the world. Believe that you can stand and make a difference in the way the world spins. Believe that standing on principle and having ethics and integrity can make a huge deal. You don't have to apply for sainthood. Just do the very best you can to make a difference in the world in which we all live. And when I wake up in the morning, and look, I'm going to make my screw-ups. It's inevitable. We all do. But if we can make a difference in the lives of the people and give them hope and give them a sense that tomorrow will be a better day and that together we can change this whole darn world for our children and our grandchildren, we, America, will lead through the rest of this century into the next century. That's our mission and that's our goal, and let's pursue it. God bless you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless, and let us know how we can help. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, while we wait for the delegates to come back to the Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland, let's take a look back at last night. Rudy Giuliani speaking very passionately at the RNC.
To you about a very serious subject: how to make America safe. The vast majority of Americans today do not feel safe. They fear for their children. They fear for themselves. They fear for our police officers who are being targeted with a target on their back. We pray for our police officers in Dallas and Baton Rouge and their families. And we say thank you to the Cleveland Police Department for protecting us. Thank you. We know the risk you're taking. And we say thank you to every police officer and law enforcement agent who's out tonight protecting us, black, white, Latino, of every race, every color, every creed, every sexual orientation. When they come to save your life, they don't ask if you are black or white. They just come to save you. We also reach out. We reach out our arms with understanding and compassion to those who have lost loved ones because of police shootings, some justified, some unjustified. Those that are unjustified must be punished. Those that are justified, we must apologize to. It's time to make America safe again. It's time to make America one again. One America. What happened to there's no black America, there's no white America, there is just America. What happened to it? Where did it go? How was it flown away? I know we can change it because I did it by changing New York City from the crime capital of America to the safest large city in the United States. What I did for New York, Donald Trump will do for America. I have known Donald Trump for almost 30 years, and he has created and accomplished great things in my city and all over the world. But beyond that, this is a man with a big heart. Every time New York suffered a tragedy, Donald Trump was there to help. He's not going to like my telling you this, but he did it anonymously. When police officers were shot, when firefighters were hurt, when people were in trouble, he came forward and he helped and he asked not to be mentioned. Well, I am going to break my promise to him. I am going to mention it. This is a man with a big heart who loves people, all people, from the top to the bottom, from the middle to the side. I am telling you this because I am sick and tired of the defamation of Donald Trump by the media and by the Clinton campaign. I am sick and tired of it. This is a good man. And America should be sick and tired of their vicious, nasty campaign. You deserve to know this about your next president. He's been a great father, father-in-law, grandfather, and friend to me, my wife Judith, and my family for now almost 30 years. I know him personally, and this is a very good and decent man, and he will be a great president. In the last 7 months, there have been 5 major Islamic terrorist attacks on us and our allies. We must not be afraid to define our enemy. It is Islamic extremist terrorism. For the purposes of the media, I did not say all of Islam. I did not say most of Islam. I said Islamic extremist terrorism. You know who you are.
All right, folks, we are going to go now live to a live protest going outside the convention right now in Cleveland.
America was never great. Slavery, genocide, and war. America was never made. Slavery, genocide, and war. America was never made. These people, they're like stuff. They're just stuff. This is all going to be okay.
They're not hearing anybody yet. Get out.
It's whack for that.
I got him on a leash. That's good. You allowed to walk down there?
I don't know. I was just going to ask.
You allowed to walk down Wow. Back around.
Where do you want to go?
We gotta go back around.
Go back? All right. You want to hit the street?
Sure.
Our choice is beautiful.
I'm here because I'm a big time from the city. I love kids so much that the mirror rights that made me get everything. I don't care about that.
Hey, black, white, red, brown, every fucking color is worse than black and brown. It's extremely get killed by cops in black. Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. That's the truth.
Hey, Billy.
Hey. Sorry.
Are you kidding me?
You're swearing.
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
That's bullshit. Impunity, huh?
They're sanctioned by the
So
state.
you're calling all fucking cops racist. What about the black cops that shoot other people? They're racist too. They do that without impunity.
Hey, guys. Can I get in the middle of this real quick? No. All right. No. Can I just say...
Shut the fuck up! I was not speaking to you. Get the fuck out of my face right now or we are about to have a problem.
Okay.
Get the fuck out. I will fucking spit on you. Get away from me.
Spit is a fucking threat. Don't put your bodily fluids on people.
Y'all are gonna want to shut the fuck up and stop getting close to me.
Hey, guys. The Jiggy movement is real. There is a third party that is running for president right now, and all he's saying is love. All he's saying is dance. All he's saying is feel the movement. I don't give a fuck about your opinions. Just move and dance. Show some love. Why you hating? You laughing now, and you're not laughing. Okay, that's cool. In between the crowd and our car. To the right. Where are you going? Watch all the horse shit.
Hey, can we get on TV?
Thanks for being here.
He's looking at me.
He's a camera boy. Let me get your picture.
That's not fake.
Yeah, right.
Here's the thing, come on.
Because they just had a pump.
Oh, that's Cornell West. We're gonna try to get closer. He was scheduled to speak at 4, but follow me. Vis-a-vis our police in this nation and vis-a-vis those who are ruling in high places. President Obama says that an assault on the police is an assault on all of us. I say yes, I understand that. But Mr. President, we also want you to know that an assault on Letitia, an assault on Jamal, or an assault on Juanita is also an assault on all of us too. Yes. And that therefore when we talk about Black Lives Matter, it's a matter of recognizing the vicious legacy of white supremacy in this nation that goes back 400 years. And no presence of whatever power is going to turn us around. Just as a revolutionary Christian, I just want all of us to keep love at the center of this. This is not about hating any individuals, it's about hating injustice. It's about not hating groups, it's hating injustice. And that's why we are going to continue to march. We are going to continue to bear witness and go to jail. And we want the world to know some of us are willing to die in the name of a love of everyday people that has nothing to do with self-righteousness and has everything to do of keeping alive a legacy of a Martin King and a Fannie Lou Hamer and a Frederick Douglass and a Harriet Tubman and so many others that say, even in the face of overwhelming power, there's power in love and power in the struggle for justice, and we come together with all colors. Is that right? Do we come together with all colors? In the name of a love and justice that affects all of our humanity. Yes. But do we understand the vicious legacy of white supremacy that loses sight of the humanity of black folk? Yes. Especially our black poor, especially our black youth. Yes. But we would be doing the same thing if it were any other system of injustice, because we're talking about standing for humanity. That's why we're here today. That's why I'm here with Brother Carl Dix. I'm on my way to Olivet Institutional Baptist Church for my other meeting, but I didn't want to miss this. Because the whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. And we intend to be true and faithful unto that. I want to thank my dear brother Cornell West. We are better that we stand together. And I want to say one thing. As Brother West talked about being motivated by love for oppressed people. Well, that is something I share with him as a revolutionary communist. A love for the people and a hatred of injustice directed against the people and a determination to act to stop it. And then we're going to debate and discuss how to do that, but we're going to be doing that together.
We're going to be doing that together.
In the streets, in the jails, in the academy, and everywhere else. Thank you, Brother West. Okay, now, Brother Blake wants to come up and say a few words about why he is here today.
Excuse me, sir.
I know, I got a picture. Start off saying, no justice, no peace.
Oh, no, you mean in the Black Nationalist March.
Black Lives Matter?
No, what they were talking about, they were talking about the police who have actually committed murder against civilians. And they have a sense of revenge. I don't have a sense of revenge, I have a sense of justice. But they're not talking about killing innocent police. They're talking about police who have not been rendered accountable.
Is that justified?
I believe in police. I don't think it's justified, but I understand the rage.
Do blue lives matter?
Absolutely. Would you do anything? Absolutely. Red lives matter. Dalit lives matter. Lives in Kashmir. Palestinian lives. Jewish lives. All the various lives matter.
Hey!
But the vicious legacy of white supremacy tells us none of those lives can really matter unless the least of them matter, which is black lives and red lives.
We have a black president. Are we really a white supremacist nation?
He failed us. Black president has failed us.
What's your message to the Republican Party? Got it, man.
But keep in mind that the Republican Party is not monolithic. And it's very important to keep this in mind, that the Republican Party is not a party that consists wholesale of racists.
What about Donald
Trump? Trump is a xenophobe and a racist. He doesn't speak on behalf of every Republican in the nation. The Republican Party is diverse and heterogeneous, and that's very important. The problem is they got a leadership that's, for me, Donald Trump, neo-fascist in the making. That's dangerous, that's lethal.
How concerned are you about the direction this country is heading in?
Oh, in deep trouble. That's why for Jill Stein, the Green Party, because Hillary Clinton is a neoliberal disaster too.
What's the future for?
Nice. This is an atmosphere of love and justice. That's the key.
Dr. West.
But when you talk about
I'm trying to back up.
Hey.
Sorry.
I appreciate that sport.
That's what I said in my speech. You got to be very plain about it.
I appreciate that sport.
Make half the people wake up.
Shake back. Track. Shake back.
Ramp down.
And it's ways in which police accountability has to be in place, even when there's precious, white and vanilla brothers and sisters, many of whom are shut down by police with no police accountability. This is a matter of principle. This is not a matter of skin pigmentation. You're absolutely right.
Dr. West. Dr. West!
In Israel, Palestine.
Dr. West!
In Israel, Palestine. What can Palestinians tell us?
Dr. West, please.
Cross over. We're fine. We're good.
You all right?
We're good.
This is here. I just took some lumps.
You all right?
Yeah. We're good.
We don't want to get too far away from.
Right.
We can't get too far away from the square. They may come to us.
It's just Cornell West.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Station. It's Tom. Hey.
Billy,
Yeah.
we're about a minute away from the top of the 5. If we can at least have a shot if they want it.
Okay, so I just need to make sure I fill it out tonight. Okay, yeah, I'll close it out as soon as I get back. No, thank you. All right.
Yes, come out. Open it up when they come. Open it up when they come.
Oops, sorry.
Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, left, left,
Here we
left,
are, policemen all over
right,
the place,
left,
saving their lives.
out, left, right, left, 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 right, left. Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system.
It's guilty as hell.
Said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail.
Yeah, man.
Whole damn system is guilty as hell. Left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never great.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never great.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never great.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never great.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never great.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time
It's time
to get organized
to get organized
for an actual revolution.
for an actual revolution.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time
It's time
to get organized
to get organized
for an actual revolution.
for an actual revolution.
Indict, convict, send these killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Indict, convict, send these killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I said indict, convict, send these killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never great.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never
6, 7, 8.
America's was never free.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never free.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. America was never free. 1, 2, 3, 4. Genocide and war. 5, 6, 7, 8.
We're gonna go back by Shelley. But he's gonna blow a gasket.
I don't even know where he's at.
He's probably stayed right over there.
Well,
alright, let's go. Parallel on the right? Yeah.
Just start marching. We ain't leaving them.
Stolen lives! No more stolen lives! No more stolen lives! No more stolen lives!
No more stolen lives.
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 Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left. Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail!
The whole
You come back a little bit.
is
Okay.
guilty as hell.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never free.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
Keep going, Joe. Oh shit, they stopped.
Keep it going. Keep the tune going.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never free.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slavery, genocide, and war.
5, 6, 7, 8.
America was never free.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8.
You know what the problem is? Okay, hold on.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8.
I don't know. I thought they were.
I highly doubt this. You're out here protesting against the system. You don't even realize you're part of it. You're out here protesting against the very system that wants to divide us on identity politics. You're out here protesting against the very system that wants to racially divide this country and start a civil war. You're working for the system who works a game of system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send them killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send them killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send them killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Get to the front.
All right, guys, so we have a live feed of the protests outside of the convention as well as a live feed from what's happening inside the convention. Right now we're getting just a few different shots of the attendees at the GOP convention inside. We're going to keep this shot in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Looks like speeches haven't started yet, so we're going to keep this in the upper right-hand portion of your screen and bring you the protests that are continuing outside.
all black elected officials? Hell no! Do we need more sensitivity training for these pigs? Hell no! Do we need more body cameras on these pigs? Hell no! Do we need Hillary Clinton? Hell no! Do we need Donald fucking Trump? Hell no! What do we need? What's the problem? The whole damn system! What's the problem? The whole damn system! What's the solution? Revolution! What's the solution? Revolution! What's the solution? Revolution! What's the solution? Revolution! Ah! Ah! Let's go in here. Who's our leadership? Who's our leadership? That's a big barricade. Okay. Big barricade? Indict, convict, send these killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Assert indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Assert indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Assert indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. Go in the street. Assert indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. Can I sneak on in through? You gotta sit there. I'll follow just you. Thank you. Alright, cool. We got enough of this. They were just let's go to the corner. Like yesterday. Nice little still on? Uh-oh. Yeah.
Some guys will trip over a pedal on a bike.
I saw that.
And moved them while you're touching it. Like it yourself. I don't want to trip on you tripping on the way. They're going to push them. Slide them off. Keep them on the sidewalk. Keep them on the sidewalk. Back up the lane.
Let's do!
There's Jack right there.
Shoot, get tight!
Get tight. Tight. Move left, left, left. Left, left. Go. He's guilty as hell.
Send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Stay ahead of them. You gotta forward. Cops are gonna lose it up there.
Keep it tight! Slowly, slowly!
Middle.
That's why he can't report the news. And that's why I'm better than him.
Oh, is that what it is?
You don't know who these
any idea?
Still in the previous segment.
How you doing? Yeah. What do you got it at? Like 200th of a shutter? 200?
I'm an actual priority. So
Okay.
whatever sound like we think you
Right. Yeah. You got nothing.
I'm good. Can you hear me, Trans?
Okay, we're gonna have to move here in a second.
We don't have PL, man. We're walking in a protest. We got a camera, and we got IFB, and we got a mic. And that's it. Coming through, guys.
Alright, we're gonna kind of get closer. Next to Channel 5. Huh?
What do you want to do? Go with next aid? Yeah, we're trying to stay with them as best we can, but it's close right.
Where are they pushing them, you think?
Through all this new shit. They can see us. No.
Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Back up! Back up! Back up! At this point, we're going to like second row with the protesters and just walk. This way, I'm following you. Hang out.
I came behind him and pushed him down.
Up above, Tom.
Go.
Hey,
I've been here. Trigger says watch the signs. I don't know if you
I mean,
I know, believe me. All the signs will go over. There's no way.
well, the speech is over. Everything's over.
By the way, they just marched by the agreement.
Come on, cops, get in front of these people.
Right.
I mean, are they gonna turn them or what?
get organized. For an actual revolution. For an actual revolution. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. To get organized. Get organized. For an actual revolution. For an actual revolution. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. To get organized. Get organized. For an actual revolution. For an actual revolution. 1, 2, 3, 4. Segregated sidewalk. 5, 6, 7, 8. America will generate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Segregated sidewalk. 5, 6, 7, 8. America will generate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Segregated sidewalk. 5, 6, 7, 8. America will generate. Convict, send these killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. I said indict, convict, send these killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. I said indict, convict, send these killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. I said indict, convict, send these killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. It's time. It's time. Get organized. For an actual revolution. Who's fine? Who's fine? Get organized. For an actual revolution. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Are you guys turning here?
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You give them a window to turn.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean,
5, 6, 7, 8.
Sir,
It's
they're going
time.
on right
It's time. It's time. Get organized. For an actual revolution. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. Get organized. For an actual revolution. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. To get organized. For an actual revolution.
all right.
Let me get that banner straight up here to the center. Get that Stop Murder by Police Stolen Lives banner right up here in the middle. Let them know why we're here today.
Come, everyone, come on this side, y'all. Go back so everyone can see.
We are here today because Cornell Ross and Carl Dick said no way are the police going to be getting away with murder after murder after murder, and this is going to go down unopposed. No way are they going to have their fascist rally and convention out here without people opposing that and calling out what this system really does and building the resistance to stop this shit. And no way are we going to walk by without making people have to see what goes on every day in this country. We're going to have a die-in right here in the street. We're going to put our bodies on the ground and show the world what it is like for all over this country, littered with the bodies of black people and brown people who are murdered by the police. And these cops can't even get a ticket for littering. They're walking the streets free after gunning down you and me. This has to stop. I give you Carl Dick.
So we're going to do this. I'm going to count down to it. But let's be clear. This is how they want us to go out. Bodies littered in the street. We are saying hell no to that. And we're going to dramatize that part too. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
what they want to see. They want to see the bodies littered with the streets of our people, especially young people, especially black and brown people. But we ain't going out like that. We are not going to go out fighting and killing each other. We are not going to silently accept their police coming and brutalizing us and murdering us. We refuse to live like that. We know that there's another way the world could be, and we are actively organizing for that other way by actively organizing for an actual revolution. We are going to link up with our people. We're going to tap into their anger at the way they're being forced to live, at their determination to change it. And together, we are going to rise up. We're going to rise up, starting right now. We're going to rise up.
Go back to the square. I'm shutting her down. I gotta change the battery.
All right, guys, it looks like we have lost that feed from the protesters right now, so we're going to take you live inside the convention. Looks like people are dancing, enjoying the environment at the GOP convention. If we get more video from the protest, we'll bring that to you here live on News Now.
Turn back again the time. Turn back again. Oh, yeah. If I could turn. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If I could turn back again the time. If I could turn back again the time. Leaving would be the last thing on my mind. Oh, darling. Could turn back the hands of time.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please welcome back Republican National Committee Chair, Reince Priebus.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third session of the 2016 Republican National Convention. The convention will come to order. Tonight, our colors will be presented by our men and women in blue. Please welcome the color guard from the Cleveland Police Department who are helping protect us tonight.
Detail, halt. Left face.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, and the invocation. Representing countries from around the world, please welcome the patriotic nationality ambassadors who will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Arms.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please welcome lifelong Browns fan Dan Polk, who will sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome the former chair of the Republican Party of San Francisco, Harmeet Dillon, to lead the invocation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is an honor as a Sikh American and the Vice Chair of the California Republican Party to share a prayer from my faith tradition, Sikhism, the fifth largest religion in the world. Ardas is a Sikh prayer appealing to the one God above for protection and guidance, a reminder to uphold the Sikh and American values of humility, truth, courage, service, justice for all, and gratitude for all that our Creator has given to us. A Sikh always covers her head when offering this prayer. तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे, तुमरी कृपा में सुख कनेरे। कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत, ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत। सगल समगरी तुमरे सूत्रधारी, तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी। तुमरी गत मित तुम ही जानी, नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी। Dear Waheguru, please bless these delegates from all over this great nation you have created, with the integrity to perform faithfully our sworn duty to nominate leaders to take America in the right direction. Please protect us from evil and create prosperity for all Americans. Waheguruji, please give us the courage to make the right choices, to make common cause with those with whom we may disagree, for the greater good of our nation. Waheguruji, forgive us our shortcomings, our oversights, and the times when we may fall short of fulfilling the roles that you have chosen for us. Nanak naam chardi kala, tere pane sarbat tapala, which means, through our prophets, teachers, and spiritual guides, may your name forever grow, God, and may your spirit be exalted, and may all humanity prosper by your grace. Thank you.
All right, guys, we just heard a prayer to start things off at day 2 of the GOP convention. We actually have Fox 10 anchor John Hook live. John Hook is live on the floor of the convention, and I know that he is about to chat with us momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our Speaker of the House of Representatives and the permanent chair of the convention, Paul Ryan of Wisconsin.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Wisconsin. Hello, everyone. It is an honor to be here. Before we begin, I would like to remind the delegates of the provisions of the rules which require that each candidate for nomination for President of the United States demonstrate sufficient support prior to the presentation of the name of the candidate for nomination. The chair wishes to inform the delegates at this time that it has been furnished in a timely manner with evidence of sufficient support of the candidates who will be presented for President and Vice President of the United States in compliance with the rules of the convention. Also, as prescribed under the rules, the total time for nominating speeches and seconding speeches for any candidate for President or Vice President shall not exceed 15 minutes. It has also been custom at past conventions to permit the chair to recognize non-delegates for the purpose of making nominating speeches and seconding speeches. Without objection, the reading of the roll call for states presenting the names for candidates for nomination is dispensed with, and non-delegates shall be permitted to make nominating and seconding speeches. The chair now recognizes the Senator from Alabama, Jeff Sessions, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Mr. Speaker, Americans love our country like no other people on earth. But we have gotten off course, and the American people know it. Our political system is not working. We operate like the trench warfare battles of World War I, where hundreds of thousands die, but no ground is gained. Good Americans will stand for this no longer. They want the political games, the posturing, and the show votes to end. They want their country on the right track again. Median incomes have declined. Terrorist attacks are increasing. Respect for America has fallen. Crime is rising. And the president, he blames the police. The president does not lead. Congress is deadlocked. The political, corporate, and media establishments, they say, calm down. Don't overreact. Don't be politically incorrect. Unstated is a threat. If you persist in your complaints, we will attack you. But this time, it's different. One man, Donald Trump, was not intimidated. He would not be silenced. He spoke the truth. He gave voice to the people's concerns. He said that the hyped trade deals have hurt America and her people, that our border must be secure, that our nation must be strong, that we must defeat the terrorists who threaten us, that we must restore law and order and support our courageous law enforcement officers. The American voters heard this message, and they rewarded his courage and his leadership with a huge victory in our primaries. He dispatched one talented, fine candidate after another. Momentum continued to grow. A movement started. Democrats and independents responded. He received far more primary votes than any Republican candidate in history. Let me tell you about the Donald Trump I've come to know. He has a wonderful family, which he loves intensely. In his personal relations, he is unfailingly courteous and generous, and he's positive by nature. He has tremendous energy and strength. He is a warrior and a winner. He loves his country and is determined to see it be a winner again. I have been proud of this party and its principles since I was a teenager. It is not given to us to know the future. I certainly don't. But I came to believe some months ago that Donald Trump is the singular leader that can get this country back on track. He has the strength, the courage, and will to get it done. He and the American people share a common goal, and together we will make America great again. Mr. Speaker, it is my distinct honor and great pleasure to nominate Donald J. Trump for the office of President of the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless.
Off to a good start. All right. The chair now recognizes the delegate and congressman from the state of New York, Representative Chris Collins.
Thank you, my fellow New Yorkers. Speaker Ryan, thank you for your introduction. Thank you for your leadership and willingness to put forth policies that will truly make America great again. As the first member of Congress to endorse Donald Trump, I also want to thank Senator Sessions, who has stood with me from the beginning in support of Donald Trump. I proudly represent Western New York, which has been devastated by unfair trade deals, allowing countries like China and Mexico to steal our jobs, robbing our children of the opportunity to live the American dream. The stakes in this election cannot be overstated. We will either make America great again or we will travel down a path to a third Obama term. Under Barack Obama, we have been losing. The federal government tramples on our rights. Our allies can no longer depend on us. Our enemies defy us. Our country has no borders, and China and Mexico continue to steal our jobs. Enough is enough. It's time to take back our country, the great United States of America. President Trump is going to build a wall and secure our borders. President Trump is going to defeat terrorism and make our country safe again. President Trump is going to bring back our stolen jobs. We in Western New York know Donald Trump is not merely a candidate. Donald Trump is a movement. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of seconding the nomination of Donald J. Trump as the next President of the United States of America. You got it. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from South Carolina, Lieutenant Governor Henry McMaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, delegates. Isn't this wonderful? I am so happy to be here with you. I asked Peggy, my wife, if she had ever in her wildest dreams seen me standing here nominating Donald Trump for president. And Peggy said, and I quote, "I hate to tell you, but I've never seen you in any of my wildest dreams." Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a dream. This is the real thing. And it's deadly serious. We got a lot of work to do. They tell me that I was the first elected official to endorse Donald Trump in the country. And it was lonely for a while, but no more. So it is with greatest pride and happiness that I second his nomination for President of the United States of America. Yes. On December 7th, 1941, after the withering attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto said, and I quote, "I feel all we have done is to awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve." Well, ladies and gentlemen, he was right. And for many years, the might, goodness, and resolve of America made the world a better place. But today, the current administration has abandoned what little confidence they ever had in our Constitution and our country. And the world has lost confidence in us. The inevitable consequence: weakness, decline, and ultimately chaos and oblivion. We feel an eerie unease in C.S. Lewis's haunting words of men without chests. But ladies and gentlemen, that is about to change. It's about to change because finally, after 8 years of incompetence, arrogance, and disrespect for the rule of law, the American people have had enough. I've had enough. You've had enough. We've all had enough. And it's time to act. And we're going to act. The sleeping giant of the American spirit has been awakened and is sounding the tocsin to make America great again. Let me tell you what I know. Donald Trump is a remarkable man. He is a man of uncommon strength, uncommon determination, accomplishment, and vision. He may be the only man perfectly equipped to win the ferocious battle ahead. Perhaps you have not seen Donald Trump with the people, as I have, thousands of them, at the rallies, sometimes in waiting in line 8 hours, 10 hours for the chance just to get inside the building to see the man. I have never seen anything like it. Perhaps you've not heard the people, the men, the women, the old, and the young, crying, "We love you, Donald," and him answering, "I love you too," as he autographs every book, photograph, cap, and T-shirt thrust his way, all the while smiling and posing for countless photographs. You must have glimpsed this tenderness last night with Melania. We know this man loves his family, and he is walking away from a business enterprise many can hardly imagine, because he loves his country and he wants to go to work for us. Yes, we are awakened, and we are filled with a furious resolve to fight and to win for our children and their children and their children and for the world. Finally, to paraphrase one of the poets of our time, Buffalo Springfield, there's something happening here. What it is precisely clear. We are going to make America great again with Donald Trump. Thank you, and God bless you.
As required by Rule 37 of our convention rules, during the roll call, the states will be called in alphabetical order. Any delegation may pass when its name is called. Without objection, the state of New York may cast its votes out of order. That's not an objection, for the record. During the roll call, the chairs of each respective delegation or their designee will announce the vote of each state. During the roll call of the states, the Secretary will announce each state, its total number of available votes, and the number of votes bound to each candidate. As required by Rule 37C, no delegation will be recognized to change its votes until all delegations who have passed have been given a second opportunity to vote. Additionally, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the Secretary is required under the rules of the convention to announce and record delegates' votes in accordance with their obligations under Rule 16 of the convention rules, state law, or state party rule to reflect the voter's preference in each state. The official results from each state are those announced by the Secretary. The chair wishes to announce that if a delegate requests a poll be taken of their delegation under Rule 37, the Secretary will send representatives of the convention to supervise the polling of the delegation. After the poll is completed, the results will be delivered to the Secretary, and the Secretary shall announce the result at the end of the roll call of states in accordance with the rules. Shh. Shh. Yes. Lastly, I wish to remind our delegates, our alternates, and guests that maintaining order during the roll call is extremely important. If the convention is not in order, it is difficult for the Secretary or the presiding officer to hear the vote announcement or otherwise acknowledge delegates seeking recognition. To conduct the roll call of states, I am pleased to introduce at this time our distinguished Secretary of the Convention, Susie Hudson, and Assistant Secretary Jeff Kent.
Delegates and alternates, let us commence the call of the roll of the states. Alabama, 50 delegates with the following bound delegates: 36 Trump, 13 Cruz, 1 Rubio.
Mr. Speaker, the great state of Alabama, the home of national champion football teams, Alabama and Auburn, the home of the Saturn V rocket that took us to the moon, the place where we had two of the greatest Trump rallies in the nation's history, Mobile and Huntsville, is proud to cast its votes, one vote for Marco Rubio 13 votes for Ted Cruz, 36 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Alabama, 36 votes Trump, 13 votes Cruz, 1 vote Rubio.
Alaska, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates. 28, Trump.
Alaska, we proudly vote exactly the way the people of Alaska voted. 12 votes for Cruz, 11 votes for Trump, 5 votes for Marco Rubio. The great state of Alaska reports exactly as our people voted, and we support the nominee of this party, Donald J. Trump. Alaska, the largest state in the Union, Alaska, more coastline than the rest of the continental United States, where energy, the Arctic, fishing, tourism, the great land and last frontier, God bless Alaska! Thank you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Alaska, 28 votes Trump.
American Samoa,
Mr. Chairman.
9 delegates.
Mr. Chairman, Talofa, and hello world. Hello, America, the territory of American Samoa in the southernmost reaches of U.S. soil, the greatest exporter of NFL players. Okay. The whole kit and caboodle, all 9 delegates to the future, immediate future, President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, America, Samoa, 9 votes Trump.
Arizona, 58 delegates with the following bound delegates. 58, Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Robert Graham, Chairman of the Arizona Republican Party. I'm reporting and happy to announce from the hottest state in the country for job growth, Arizona delivers 58 bound votes to the nominee, Donald J. Trump, the next President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Arizona, 58 votes Trump.
Arkansas, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 16 Trump.
Arkansas, land of opportunity and birthplace of Johnny Cash and Al Green. We're open for business and growing jobs and manufacturing and high tech. And Republicans control every statewide office, the legislature, and the entire congressional delegation. Unemployment is at its lowest in history. We got the best duck hunting on earth. We're #1 in rice production. We raise delicious catfish. We cast our lines for world-class trout. We cast 40 votes, 15 votes for Ted Cruz, and 25 votes for the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Arkansas, 25 votes Trump, 15 votes Cruz.
California, 172 delegates with the following bound delegates. 172 Trump.
Shelley, you're going.
We want Trump! We want Trump! We want Hold it down, California! We want Trump! We want Mr. Chairman! We want Trump! We want Trump! We want Trump! Mr. Chairman, my name is Shelley Hussar. I am the mother of 3 boys of the greater Los Angeles area. Mr. Chairman, it is so important that my sons, my 3 sons, have hope and opportunity for their future, that there are good jobs, and that there are families that need safety in their communities. Mr. Chairman, Donald Trump is the candidate that can provide for my boys and all Californians the hope and opportunity of the true American. That's why I am honored to stand before you today in behalf of the great state of California. California that is 100% rock solid. Pro-Trump delegation, and I am proud to place 172 votes to the nominee of the next president of these United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, California, 172 votes Trump.
Colorado, 37 delegates.
Mr. Chairman, the frontier state, the great state of Colorado, where the plains meet the Rocky Mountains on God's most beautiful piece of real estate, home of Senator Cory Gardner, future Senator Darrell Glenn, and the world champion Denver Broncos. The Centennial State votes 31 votes for Ted Cruz, 2 votes abstain, and 4 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Colorado, 4 votes Trump, 31 votes Cruz, 2 abstentions.
Connecticut, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates. 28 Trump.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I come from the land where we manufacture Pez, nuclear submarines, and the home of the WWE, where men are men and the women are champions. The great state of Connecticut is casting all 28 delegates for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Connecticut, 28 votes Trump.
Delaware, 16 delegates with the following bound delegates. 16 Trump.
Madam Chair, the great state of Delaware, the first state to ratify the Constitution, the home of former governors Pete DuPont and Mike Castle, the state that with a diverse slate of millennial candidates will win control of its state senate this year for the first time in 44 years, the state that is going to elect 20-year Air Force Reserve veteran Hans Riegel to the United States Congress casts all of its 16 votes for Donald J. Trump for president. Woo!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Delaware, 16 votes Trump.
District of Columbia, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates. 19 Trump.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, the District of Columbia, whose local GOP organization was instrumental in the creation of the Republican National Committee back in 1856, the District of Columbia, delineated by George Washington and graced by Abraham Lincoln, the District of Columbia, home of that great Republican Frederick Douglass, and capital of the greatest country in the world, and in accordance with the will of its citizens, our delegation is duly bound to cast 10 votes for Senator Rubio and 9 votes for Governor Kasich.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, District of Columbia, 19 votes Trump.
Florida, 99 delegates with the following bound delegates. 99 Trump.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Blaise Ngolia, the chairman of the Republican Party of Florida. I am proud to lead this delegation of the Sunshine State, home to Disney World, the Daytona 500, and the stunning Florida Keys. We have no state income tax, and our residents enjoy over 600 miles of pristine beaches. Florida is the paradise where you vacation, but we all live. We are home to over 1.5 million veterans, and we make it a point to thank them every day. We are the state that gave LeBron James his first 2 championships. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, you cannot win the presidency without winning the great state of Florida. We are honored to cast all of our 99 winner-take-all delegates to the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Florida, 99 votes Trump.
Georgia, 76 delegates with the following bound delegates, 42 Trump.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the Georgia Republican Party and the Peach State Conservatives far and wide, and representing the #1 state in the country for business and business growth, I, Chairman John Padgett, proudly stand here today with this wonderful group of conservative, hard-working Republicans in this Georgia delegation. And on behalf of Governor Nathan Deal, Senator David Perdue, and Senator Johnny Isakson, cast 16 votes for Marco Rubio, 18 votes for Ted Cruz, and 42 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And go Dogs!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Georgia, 42 votes Trump, 18 votes Cruz, 16 votes Rubio.
Guam, 9 delegates.
Mr. Chairman, from the tip of the spear of American might, home of B-52s, B-1s, B-2s, fast attack nuclear submarines that are keeping the potential enemies of America at bay. And also the place where millions of tourists from Asia come to get a taste of the peace of America in Asia. And a place where it's Wednesday, where America's day begins, the island of Guam pledges its 9 delegates to the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, 9 votes, Guam cast 9 votes Trump.
Hawaii, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates, 11 Trump.
Mahalo ke akua. Mahalo I Yesu Cristo. Aloha from the great state of Hawaii. From Hanalei to Hilo. From Maui to Kauai. Here in the great state of Hawaii, Donald Trump, 11 delegates. Cruz, 7, and Marco Rubio, 1. 11 delegates for the next President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Hawaii, 11 votes Trump, 7 votes Cruz, 1 vote Rubio.
Idaho, 32 delegates with the following bound delegates, 12 Trump.
Madam Chairman, my name is Ron Crane, and I'm from the state of Idaho, where we have famous potatoes. Idaho is the most Republican state in the nation. We are so Republican that when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, it's to the Republicans for which it stands. Our entire congressional delegation is Republican. All of our statewide constitutional officers are Republican, and our legislature is 80% Republican. We are indeed a red state. We are proud to cast our votes as a result of our primary election. 20 votes for Ted Cruz and 12 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Idaho, 12 votes Trump, 70 votes Cruz. I'm sorry.
20.
1 moment.
20.
We'll do that one again. Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Idaho, 12 votes Trump, 20 votes Cruz.
Illinois, 69 delegates with the following bound delegates: 54 Trump, 9 Cruz, 6 Kasich.
Mr. Chairman, I am John Caballo, State Representative from the great state of Illinois, the only Hispanic member on the Republican side of the aisle serving the House of Representatives. It is my honor to introduce our chairman, Tim Schneider.
Good evening, my fellow Republicans. More importantly, my fellow Americans. I'm a proud citizen of the state of Illinois and the United States of America. And we have the finest governor in our nation, and Governor Bruce Rauner. The state of Illinois cast 6 delegates for John Kasich.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this roll call because we're going to take you to the convention floor, specifically, however, to Fox 10's very own John Hook, who is live at the convention. John, you are live on News Now.
Yeah, Samia, down here on the convention floor, Arizona just cast its 58 delegates just minutes ago, all for Donald Trump. There was no row, there was no drama, there was no stress. Robert Graham, the party chairman, did the trick, and it was no problem. They cast their votes, and my understanding is from a couple of delegates that had there been problems with that roll call, delegates who did any kind of insurrection tonight might have not been invited back tomorrow. So they tamped it down pretty well. No problems down here on the floor on the Arizona side when it comes to Donald Trump. And now we just go through the roll call, and Donald Trump tries to hit the magic number, and that's really a foregone conclusion. He'll get there tonight, and Donald Trump will be your nominee. And then we get on with the program tonight. We're going to hear from some of the Trump children. We're going to hear from Chris Christie tonight, and it's going to be, a lot about jobs tonight. Get America working again. And that really a double entendre there. It's getting the country working in a better direction in Donald Trump's view and putting people back to work. And the two kind of go hand in hand. We'll take you here along the floor as we're walking through the delegations here. We're in the back of the hall right now. And what you see up here is the overflow. This is overflow for some of the delegations. These are alternates up here who sit up in this area. And as we spin around, John, this is the main part of the floor down here, and we're going to just walk you through the maze of people here. You want to lead? John Netzel, photographer, taking you through. Samia, go ahead if you've got any questions.
Well, we are streaming live on Facebook as well, so I'm letting the viewers know if they can go ahead and post on Facebook Live. I can ask those questions. In the meantime, who from Arizona is there? I saw Sheriff Joe Arpaio was in the crowd, right?
Yeah, Joe Arpaio was there. He was standing next to Governor Ducey. Governor Ducey graciously gave this over to Robert Graham the party chairman to cast the 58 votes for Donald Trump. Robert Graham's trying to become a national party chairman, so Robert Graham is in the middle of his own, I guess you could call it, political fight. And so Governor Ducey graciously kind of turned this over, really, because normally you would have the governor of the state or a very prominent politico put the delegates' numbers up on the board. But Doug Ducey pass on that and let Robert Graham do it tonight.
Madam Secretary, Kansas, home of the greatest fans of the reigning world.
Are we expecting things to go fairly smoothly today?
Kansas City Royals.
I'm sorry, Samia, one more time.
Are we expecting things to go fairly smoothly today, or do we think that there will be any states that throw us off during this roll call?
No, I think it's going very smoothly. I think that the Trump forces really tamped this thing down, the anti-Trump people or the Never Trump movement. They tamped it down, and they pretty much put the delegates in their place, if you will, saying that, look, if you're not going to go along with the program, you're not going to be invited back tomorrow night. A lot of these people have spent a significant amount of money to come here to Cleveland and be part of this. So, you know, if they feel that the effort is pointless, they may not want to lose their credential. So I think the delegates, they all pretty much fell in line. We didn't see any outbursts, at least not yet. It'll be interesting when we get to, for instance, Utah. Mike Lee, the senator there, has been pretty outspoken against Donald Trump. You know, you could have some minor flare-ups on the floor, but so far it's been extremely smooth.
What are we
We're rolling
looking
you
at
right
on the
through
screen
here.
right now? You're just walking through the crowd. I see you're approaching, what, Florida or Georgia? What state is that?
Right now we're at Kentucky, 46 delegates. And we're walking you right through the aisle here. Georgia, delegation on your right of the screen. And on the left, you're going to get Massachusetts, Nevada, Wisconsin. All important battlegrounds, of course, particularly when you get into Wisconsin, Nevada.
Ford F-150 and the Chevy Corvette. From the state that produces all the bourbon fit to drink in the world.
We're getting a couple comments from viewers. Alicia Java saying, so wish I could be there. Cecil asking how
We're taking you right up.
And our police officers.
It's hard to hear you up here, Samia, but we're going to take you right up to the front.
Our vote, 7 for Governor Kasich, 7 for Senator.
All right, you can't get any closer than this. We're in prime time here. We are literally feet from the podium. Kentucky's on the board right now. Okay, as you look at the seating chart, you're going to see New York right in front and center, and a lot of the prominent spots are really given to the host, obviously Donald Trump, New York. New Jersey's not far away either.
Do we expect Chris Christie to be speaking on behalf of New Jersey?
I didn't copy that, Samia. Sorry. It's noisy down here.
Do we expect Chris Christie to be speaking on behalf of New Jersey?
All right, we're still rolling through the roll call here, and we are literally at the foot of the podium. Block the aisle, okay? Okay, we're not blocking the aisle. We're getting kicked out right now. Hang on, stand by. We got to...
Just do it this way or something.
Okay. There really is no aisle down here, so I'm not going to worry about it too much.
Cast 15 for Ted Cruz. You cast 31 votes for the next president of the United States.
But you could see, Samia, the seating chart really kind of gives you a sense, as you look, where the prominent seats are the states that Donald Trump wants to pick off in November. Arizona didn't get a great seat because I think he pretty much is counting on Arizona going his way in November. We'll see. I mean, there are a lot of people who feel it's in play.
Is that an I Heart Ivanka sign?
Name 23 delegates for the following bound delegates.
My guess is John can't hear me right now, but we are getting these live images courtesy of John Netzel and John Hook, who are live in Cleveland.
Home of Republican Governor Paul LePage, Senator Susan Collins, and Congressman Bruce Colligan, a state that has only one remaining Democrat federal elected official, a state that began the Republican revival in America's Northeast. It is leading the way to make New England great again. A state that's led with welfare reform, spending and tax cuts, strong Second Amendment rights, and has made...
So, I mean, you get down here on the floor, you're going to see a lot of familiar faces in that New York delegation. You're going to see a lot of politicos that you've seen around. You run into them everywhere at these events.
Who are some of the biggest names you've seen?
Sami, I apologize. Really, really hard to hear down here.
No worries.
All right, we got Maine on the board right now. 23 delegates.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Maine, 9 votes Trump, 12 votes Cruz, 2 votes Kasich.
All right, John. Well, we are going to go back to our Fox National feed of the convention. We'll check in with you a little bit later on. Hopefully, we'll be able to talk to you somewhere where you can hear me more clearly.
Yeah, but you know what? We're trying to give you a kind of a front row seat here, and I think we at least accomplish that. So even though you and I are having trouble hearing each other, people get a sense of it.
Definitely.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a bit, Samia. Thanks.
Thank you.
Academy and the American League East first place team Baltimore Orioles proudly cast all 38 of our votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Maryland, 38 votes Trump.
Massachusetts, 42 delegates with the following bound delegates: 22 Trump, 4 Cruz, 8 Rubio, 8 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Vincent DeVito, from the state that outperformed every other state but one in strongest votes to make America great again. We are going to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and I introduce Carson Hicks to cast our votes.
Madam Secretary, it is my honor to read the delegates from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Cruz, 4, Kasich, 8, Rubio, 8. And guess what? They may have said we are the bluest state in the union, but we are casting 22 delegate votes for Mr. And we're going to watch and make America great again come November.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Massachusetts, 22 votes Trump, 4 votes Cruz, 8 votes Rubio, and 8 votes Kasich.
Michigan, 59 delegates with the following bound delegates: 25 Trump.
Madam Secretary, Michigan passes.
Michigan passes. Minnesota, 38 delegates with the following bound delegates: 8 Trump.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the great state of Minnesota, home of 10,000 lakes, home of Spam, and home of the late, great Prince, and the state that has had the longest drought of casting our electoral votes for a Republican president, which will change this year, cast the following: Rubio, 17, Cruz, 13, and 8 for the next president of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Minnesota, 8 votes Trump, 17 votes Rubio, 13 votes Cruz.
Mississippi, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates: 25 Trump, 15 Cruz.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Mississippi, the birthplace of America's music, respects and pursuant to the rules, will cast 15 votes for Ted Cruz and 25 votes for the next president of the United States and New York's favorite son, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Mississippi, 25 votes Trump, 15 votes Cruz.
Missouri, 52 delegates with the following bound delegates: 37 Trump.
Madam Secretary, congratulations, I'm proud of you, by the way. And Kansas, I love you, but Missouri is the home to the World Series champions, Kansas City Royal. Missouri, home of the 11-time world champion St. Louis Cardinals. Missouri, the birthplace of talk radio at AM 1120, KMOX, the voice of St. Louis. Missouri, home of a 12-time delegate, conservative icon. She's with us tonight, Phyllis Schlafly. Missouri, birthplace of ragtime music and our great Senator Roy Blunt. Missouri casts 11 votes for Ted Cruz. And Missouri casts 41 votes for the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. That's what I'm talking about.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Missouri, 41 votes Trump, 11 votes Cruz.
Montana, 27 delegates with the following bound delegates: 27 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Teresa Manzella from the great state of Montana. We, the people of Montana, grateful to God for the quiet beauty of our state, the grandeur of our mountains, the vastness of our rolling plains, and desiring to improve the quality of life, equality of opportunity, and to secure the blessings of liberty for this and future generations, do hereby cast our 27 delegates to Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Montana, 27 votes Trump.
Nebraska, 36 delegates with the following bound delegates: 36 Trump.
Go. Madam Secretary, Nebraska, the good life with great opportunity, the home of Silicon Prairie News, the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers, the #1 beef-producing state in the Union, a place where people find their happiness from honest work and where a person's word is their bond. Cast their 36 bound delegates for the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Nebraska, 36 votes Trump.
Nevada, 30 delegates with the following bound delegates: 14 Trump, 6 Cruz, 7 Rubio, 1 Kasich, 2 Carson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Nevada's Attorney General Adam Laxalt, introducing Chairman Michael J. McDonald.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. From the great state of Nevada, where blue lives matter. We are battle born, brought in by the first Republican president in 1864. We're very proud of our nation. From the great shores of Lake Tahoe to the most entertaining capital city, Las Vegas, Nevada, this time what's said in Las Vegas will not stay in Las Vegas. We are here to cast our votes. 1 vote, Governor Kasich. 6, Senator Ted Cruz. 7, Marco Rubio. And 16, for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Nevada, 14 votes Trump, 6 votes Cruz, 7 votes Rubio, 1 vote Kasich, and 2 votes Carson.
New Hampshire, 23 delegates with the following bound delegates: 11 Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Corey Lewandowski. I represent the people of the great state of New Hampshire, the live free or die state, a state that has no sales or income tax, and a state that was the first to recognize Donald J. Trump and deliver the first victory on his behalf on a path to 38 victories that he achieved. It is my pleasure tonight to read the votes on behalf of the people of New Hampshire. 2 votes for Marco Rubio, 3 votes for Jeb Bush, 3 votes for Ted Cruz, 4 votes for John Kasich, and 11 votes for my friend and the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New Hampshire, 11 votes Trump, 2 votes Rubio, 3 votes Bush, 3 votes Cruz, and 4 votes Kasich.
New Jersey, 51 delegates with the following bound delegates. 51 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I introduce the son of Governor Chris Christie. New Jersey, the Garden State, the greatest state in the Union, and the state that cast the highest overall percentage of its popular vote for Mr. Trump, is pleased to announce that its 51 delegates will be given to Donald J. Trump for President of the United States.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New Jersey, 51 votes Trump.
New Mexico, 24 delegates with the following bound delegates. 24 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Governor Susana Martinez. I am proud to represent what beautiful, exciting, and a culture that is so diverse. An amazing state, the land of enchantment, and the great state of New Mexico. Standing here with me is Sam Ledoux, who is one of our youngest delegates and will part of our future of our party and of our country.
Madam Secretary, I am proud to stand next to the nation's first female Hispanic governor. She's the reason I'm such a committed Republican, and we are proud to cast New Mexico's 24 votes to the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New Mexico, 24 votes Trump.
New York, 95 delegates with the following bound delegates. 89 Trump, 6 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, New York, the Empire State and the home of Donald J. Trump, passes.
New York passes. North Carolina, 72 delegates with the following bound delegates. 29 Trump, 27 Cruz, 6 Rubio, 9 Kasich, 1 Carson.
Madam Secretary, North Carolina, the land of the longleaf pine, the land where the summer sun doth shine, where the weak grow strong and the strong grow great. North Carolina, home of the largest military installations in the world. North Carolina, with the majestic Appalachian Mountains on our west and the beautiful Crystal Coast on our east. North Carolina, one of the fastest growing state economies under Governor Pat McCrory and the Republican-led General Assembly, proudly cast our 72 votes as follows. 1, Dr. Ben Carson. 6, Senator Marco Rubio. 9, for Ohio Governor John Kasich.
In the great conservative tradition of the Old North State, the home of Billy Graham, we proudly cast 27 votes for Senator Ted Cruz.
North Carolina is a party which was funded and founded by blacks and whites. And one of the points that most people don't know about this state is that 10% of all the historically black colleges and universities are within this border. We proudly cast 29 votes for the next President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, North Carolina, 29 votes Trump, 27 votes Cruz, 6 votes Rubio, 9 votes Kasich, and 1 vote Carson.
North Dakota, 28 delegates.
Mr. Secretary, I'm Jack Dalrymple, Governor of the state of North Dakota. It is my honor to announce the vote of the delegates of North Dakota. The great state of North Dakota casts as the home of the current and 5 consecutive year national FCS football champions, the North Dakota State University Bison. And at the same time, the home of the national hockey champions, the University of North Dakota Fighting Hawks. And the only state in the United States last year to actually grow younger casts 1 vote Carson, 6 votes Cruz, and 21 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, North Dakota, 21 votes Trump, 1 vote Carson, 6 votes Cruz.
Northern Mariana Islands, 9 delegates with the following bound delegates. 9 Trump.
Hafaday Antiro from the most Republican territory, the beautiful islands of the Northern Mariana Islands, where the weather is 85 degrees all year round, traveling over 7,000 miles. I am Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, Governor of the CNMI. It is my great pleasure and honor being the first territory to endorse our next President of the United States. We cast our 9 delegates to Donald J. Trump. Woo!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Northern Mariana Islands cast 9 votes Trump.
Ohio, 66 delegates.
Welcome to Cleveland, the city of champions. And welcome to Ohio, the host of the Republican National Convention. All right, guys, let's give it an OH. OH. Ohio, the mother of presidents, proudly casts its 66 votes for Governor John Kasich.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Ohio, 66 votes Kasich.
Oklahoma, 43 delegates with the following bound delegates. 13 Trump.
Good evening. My name is Pam Pollard. I am the chairman of the Republican Party for the great state of Oklahoma. As the second home to Speaker Paul and Jana Ryan, Oklahoma is the heartland of America and the reddest state in the Union. Oklahoma has a heritage of strong and conservative grassroots leadership, electing Republicans to every congressional and statewide office with supermajorities in both state legislative chambers. Oklahoma is proud to produce and supply the energy and agriculture that fuels and feeds this country and the world. And this November, Oklahoma will take up the mantle once more and deliver all 77 counties to our Republican nominee. Oklahoma proudly casts 19 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, and 24 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Oklahoma, 24 votes Trump, 19 votes Cruz.
Oregon, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates: 18 Trump.
Mr. Chairman, Oregon. The land of unrivaled natural beauty, snowy mountain peaks, majestic river valleys, serene high deserts, the great American Pinot Noir, Tillamook cheese, and hazelnuts, home of a great congressman, Greg Walden, and the reigning Major League Soccer champions, the Portland Timbers, home of Tracktown, USA, and the place where Nike made ducks and beavers cool. Ground zero in the fight against Democrat corruption, from disgraced ex-Governor John Kitzhaber all the way to crooked Hillary. The great state of Oregon is proud to cast, pursuant to our rules, 5 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 23 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Oregon, 23 votes Trump, 5 votes Cruz.
Pennsylvania, 71 delegates with the following bound delegates: 17 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Rob Gleason, Chairman of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, the home of the Stanley Cup champions, Pittsburgh Penguins. Pennsylvania defers to the great state of New York and my friend, Chairman Ed Cox.
New York, 95 delegates with the following bound delegates: 89 Trump, 6 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, New York, the Empire State, proud to be the home of Donald J. Trump, and proud that we were the first state to cast a majority of our primary votes for Donald Trump. Proud that he won 61 of our 62 counties and more than 60% of the vote. And we are proud that we have as one of our delegates, Donald J. Trump, Jr.
Well, thank you very much, Ed. And thank you to my family, Eric, Ivanka, Vanessa, Laura, Tiffany, everyone here, all of our supporters in the great state of New York. Even in the places that aren't so conservative, we've had such incredible support, you won't believe it. We're gonna put New York into play this time around. I have the incredible honor of not only being a part of the ride that's been this election process, and to watch as a small fly on the wall what my father has done in creating this movement, because it's not a campaign anymore, it's a movement. Speaking to real Americans, giving them a voice again. And it is my honor to be able to throw Donald Trump over the top in the delegate count tonight with 89 delegates and another 6 for John Kasich. Congratulations, Dad, we love you!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New York, 6 votes Kasich, 89 votes Donald J. Trump.
Puerto Rico, 23 delegates with the following bound delegates. 23 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, the territory of Puerto Rico, having voted to become the 51st state of the greatest nation on the face of the earth, following the results of a binding presidential preference vote, the rule of the state, the law of the state, and the rule of the party proudly casts its 23 votes for Senator Marco Rubio.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Puerto Rico, 23 votes Rubio.
Rhode Island, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates. 12 Trump, 2 Cruz, 5 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, Brandon Bell, State Chairman of the State Rhode Island Republican Party, as well as the delegation chair of this incredible Rhode Island delegation. which includes my colleague, Leanne Senek, our National Committee woman, and my colleague, the Rhode Island National Committeeman, Steve Frias, who will be the next state representative from District 15 in Cranston after he beats the Speaker of the House of the state of Rhode Island, who's a Democrat. Roger Williams founded the colony of Rhode Island in 1631 based upon principles of complete religious toleration, separation of church and state, and political democracy, values that the United States would after be founded upon. We are the ocean state, and it's absolutely beautiful back home. Unfortunately, government is not working in Rhode Island for the people, as the state is run by a corrupt Democrat political machine for the last 80 years. In our state, we are constantly ranked near the bottom, recently ranked 50th worst in terms of our business-friendly climate. Democratic leadership in our state has been rampant with corruption, lack of transparency, and unethical conduct, which makes it no surprise that the Democratic presidential nominee is supported by each and every one of Rhode Island state Democratic leadership. It should therefore come as no surprise that Rhode Island delivered, sorry Jersey, the largest margin of victory in a three-way race, with the most amount of votes cast in the history of a Republican primary, with over 64% for Donald J. Trump. Therefore, Madam Secretary, please cast from a proud and unified Rhode Island Republican Party 2 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 5 votes for Governor John Kasich, and 12 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Rhode Island, 12 votes Trump, 2 votes Cruz, 5 votes Kasich.
South Carolina, 50 delegates for the following bound delegates. 50 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Matt Moore, Chairman of South Carolina, the Palmetto State that always shows amazing grace, home of the first in the South primary, the true peach state and the birthplace of barbecue. Home of the reigning U.S. Open golf champion, Dustin Johnson, and the reigning NCAA baseball champion, Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Home of the #1 city in the world, according to Travel and Leisure magazine, Charleston, South Carolina. And America's vacation destination, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The Southeast manufacturing leader with companies including Boeing and BMW. We are South Carolina. South Carolina casts all 50 delegates for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, South Carolina, 50 votes Trump.
South Dakota, 29 delegates for the following bound delegates. 29 Trump.
Madam Secretary, the great state of South Dakota, home of Crazy Horse, Mount Rushmore, and other great faces and great places, proudly nominates and casts our 29 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, South Dakota, 29 votes Trump.
Tennessee, 58 delegates for the following bound delegates. 33 Trump, 16 Cruz, 9 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, the volunteer state, the state with no state income tax, a budget surplus, and a balanced budget,
a state that is in the top 5 in jobs growth, #1 in auto manufacturing, with a Republican governor, 2 Republican U.S. senators, 7 Republican congressmen, and a 2/3 majority in the state House and state Senate. Our pro-life state proudly cast our votes. 16 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 19 votes for Senator Marco Rubio, and 33 votes to make America great again for Donald J. Trump.
Tennessee, could you please repeat your votes?
We're back on. Madam Secretary, 16 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 9 votes for Senator Marco Rubio, and 33 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Tennessee, 33 votes Trump, 16 votes Cruz, 9 votes Rubio.
Texas, 155 delegates with the following bound delegates: 48 Trump, 104 Cruz, 3 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of my friend and our great governor, Greg Abbott, who could not be here tonight, on behalf of our great chairman, Tom Meckler, my name is Dan Patrick, and as Lieutenant Governor of the greatest job-creating state in the country, of the 12th largest economy on the planet, of a state, and we're really proud of this, where no Democrat has won statewide office since 1992. And where every Texan has the back of our law enforcement officers. I am proud to report our vote for Marco Rubio, 3 votes. For our dear friend, a great conservative, our favorite son who we love, Ted Cruz, 104 votes. And for our new friend, our latest adopted favorite son, for the man who on the night of November 8th is going to get a phone call from a lady named Hillary when she concedes the race to the next president of the United States, Donald Trump, 48 votes.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Texas, 48 votes Trump, 104 votes Cruz, 3 votes Rubio.
U.S. Virgin Islands, 9 delegates.
All set? Good. Mr. Chairman, my name is John Canigata, and on behalf of the United States Virgin Islands, one of the 5 U.S. territories where loyal, patriotic Americans are second-class citizens and are denied basic rights, it is a high privilege and distinct honor to announce that the childhood home of Alexander Hamilton, the greatest basketball player, Tim Duncan, where slaves were emancipated first in the New World, where no passport is required to visit the beautiful Caribbean islands of St. Croix, St. John's, and St. Thomas. We proudly cast 8 votes for the next president, the gentleman from New York, Donald J. Trump. With God's blessings and conservative leadership, let's make America and the Caribbean great again. Woo!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, U.S. Virgin Islands, 8 votes Trump, 1 abstention.
Utah, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 40, Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Phil Wright. I'm the delegation chair for the great state of Utah, the state that has its priorities straight: God, family, and country. Before I give our votes, I want to introduce the chair of the Utah Republican Party, James Evans.
Madam Secretary, Utah is the #1 state for economic growth, job creation, the most reliable Republican state, and please accept this message and give to the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, that in November, Donald J. Trump will get the highest percentage vote from the state of Utah. We are always Republican, now, today, and forever.
Madam Secretary, according to the votes of the great citizens of the state of Utah, we cast all 40 of our delegates to the gentleman who won our state, Senator Ted Cruz.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Utah, 40 votes, Trump.
Vermont, 16 delegates with the following bound delegates. 8, Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We are proud in Vermont to claim you as one of our own. From the great state of Vermont, home of Calvin Coolidge, the 30th President of the United States, was nominated in Cleveland in 1924 with his running mate from Ohio, Charles Dawes from Marietta, Ohio. One of Calvin Coolidge's many quotes: "Don't expect to build up the weak by pulling down the strong." Vermont votes: 1 vote for John Kasich, 2 votes for Rand Paul, and 13 votes for Donald J. Trump. Okay. Hey.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Vermont, 13 votes Trump, 1 vote Kasich, 2 votes Paul.
Virginia, 49 delegates with the following bound delegates. 17, Trump. 8, Cruz. 16, Rubio. 5, Kasich. 3, Carson.
Namaste, Mr. Chairman,
The Commonwealth of Virginia is the mother of presidents and the cradle of freedom. Virginia, where liberty sprouted from the roots of Jamestown, and where patriots' dreams came true. Virginia, where a fledgling old dominion grown into a digital dominion. Virginia is truly a commonwealth of opportunity. I, Subba Kolla, first Indian American national delegate from Virginia. And I am proud to report that, pursuant to the Republican primary in Virginia history of our delegation, cast the following bound votes. 3 votes for Dr. Ben Carson, 5 votes for Governor John Kasich, 8 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 16 votes for Senator Marco Rubio, 17 votes for our next President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Virginia, 17 votes Trump, 8 votes Cruz, 16 votes Rubio, 5 votes Kasich, and 3 votes Carson.
Washington, 44 delegates with the following bound delegates. 44 Trump.
Madam Secretary, from the great state of Washington, the evergreen state, we are standing tall. Our beautiful state of volcanoes, the mighty Columbia River, vast wheat fields, and yes, often the national Christmas tree. Also, the proud home of the Boeing Airplane Company, celebrating its 100th anniversary this month, builders of the greatest jets in the world. We are named after the first President of the United States, and we are proud now to nominate for the 45th President of the United States, 44 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Washington, 44 votes Trump.
West Virginia, 34 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I proudly hold up a coal miner's hat from an industry that's been pillaged by this administration. It has been devastating what's happened in Appalachia and all across this country. As the son and grandson of coal miners, as a proud son of West Virginia, my state's paid a heavy price under this administration. Tens of thousands of coal miners across this country have lost their jobs over the past 7.5 years. It's time we change course with a man named Donald J. Trump. This campaign is personal to us. Donald J. Trump is truly an instrument of hope for so many people across this great country who have lost hope. It's my honor to introduce another grandson of coal miners, another favorite son of my great state, my good friend, John Racy, for the tally.
Let's get ready to rumble here. We're going to take on some people. Want to tell you that we are the first state in the United States in this auditorium to recognize Melania Trump as the next First Lady of the United States. A lot better than Bill Clinton, that other spouse, I can tell you that. We're the home, West Virginia, of the greatest golfer in the history of golf, Mr. Sam Snead.
That's right.
The greatest pro football player in the history of the NFL, Mr. Sam Huff. And we are also the home of the mighty Mountaineers and the Thundering Herd. Walk proud, West Virginia, because we are a state that is going to put 34 delegates behind Mr. Donald Trump. Clean slate. Let's go get them.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, West Virginia, 34 votes Trump.
Wisconsin, 42 delegates with the following bound delegates: 6 Trump, 36 Cruz.
Madam Secretary, my name is Brad Courtney, Chairman of the Republican Party of Wisconsin. The great state of Wisconsin, home to RNC Chairman Reince Priebus and U.S. Speaker of the House Paul Ryan. I would now like to introduce to you the only governor in U.S. history to win a recall election, America's Governor, Scott Walker!
The birthplace of the Republican Party, the home of the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, and the home of the greatest motorcycles in the world, Harley-Davidson. Pursuant to our rules, cast 36 votes for Ted Cruz and 6 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, 6 votes Trump, 36 votes Cruz.
Wyoming, 29 delegates with the following bound delegates: 1 Trump, 23 Cruz, 1 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, from the great state of Wyoming, home of Reagan conservatives, rugged individualism, the majestic Tetons and Cheyenne Frontier Days, a leading producer of low sulfur coal, we are an energy titan. A super red state, a Republican governor, all 5 statewide electeds Republicans, a Republican majority in our state legislature, and a Republican governor and a Republican congressional delegation. We have a balanced budget, we have a $1.6 billion surplus, and we have no corporate and no individual income tax. We support states' rights, religious liberty, the Second Amendment, and law enforcement officers across this great nation. Wyoming proudly casts its votes as follows: 1 vote for Senator Marco Rubio, 2 votes for Governor John Kasich, and for an individual who we came to know and love as one of our own, 23 votes from the great senator from the state of Texas, Ted Cruz. And now, for someone we've come to know and have come to support and will throw our support behind against Hillary Clinton, the next President of the United States, 3 votes for Mr. Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Wyoming, 3 votes Trump, 23 votes Cruz, 1 vote Rubio, and 2 votes Kasich.
Michigan, 59 delegates with the following bound delegates. 25
Madam Secretary, my name is Ronna Romney McDaniel, Chairman of the Michigan Republican Party. Michigan is America's comeback state, the Great Lakes state, and birthplace of the Republican Party. We are so committed to turning our state red and winning the presidency that we were willing to wear Ohio State colors. Just for today. We are the home of President Gerald R. Ford, the home of the late and extremely great Mr. Hockey Gordie Howe. From Mackinac to Motown, from the UP to the Big Three, we proudly cast 2 votes for John Kasich, 6 votes for Ted Cruz, and 51 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump!
Go Trump! Go Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Michigan, 51 votes Trump, 2 votes Kasich, 6 votes Cruz.
Pennsylvania, 71 delegates with the following bound delegates. 17 Trump.
Pennsylvania, the home of Republican Senator Pat Toomey, the home of 13 Republican congressmen, the state that will deliver the deciding 20 electoral votes on November 8th, cast 1 vote for Ted Cruz and 70 for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Pennsylvania, 70 votes Trump, 1 vote Cruz.
Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker Paul Ryan.
Hey guys.
Does any state wish to cast its vote or to change its vote? Gentleman shall take place at his microphone. So is Alaska going to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman,
for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To contest the vote that Alaska cast as was recorded by the Secretary. It was misrecorded by the Secretary. We cast 12 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 11 votes for Donald Trump, and 5 votes for Marco Rubio. That was pursuant to the state of Alaska rules for our party. 100% of our delegation agrees with that is the proper vote. We were never notified of anything different by the RNC. We were never consulted. Our national people weren't consulted. Our attorney wasn't consulted. We were never told that you were going to miscount our votes tonight.
The gentleman will suspend. Is the gentleman requesting a poll of the delegation of Alaska?
Yes, I'm requesting a poll of the delegation of Alaska and that those votes be accurately recorded in this convention.
A delegate has taken exception to the correctness of the vote for the delegation from Alaska. Accordingly, the convention staff will report to the delegation to supervise the poll. We don't go to recess. Fine.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being part of the stream this evening for day 2 of the GOP convention. Right now, an Alaska delegate is raising an issue with the votes recorded for his state. Stay tuned.
Oh, that didn't work too well. Ladies and gentlemen, the chair will yield to the chairman of the Republican National Committee for the purpose of explaining the rules.
All right, well, this is a rule that affects only about 4 states. First of all the states are bound by 16A2,
and the secretary is required to read the bound vote. And so that's why in a few states there was a difference. In this particular case, the state rule under the 16F filing says that the candidates that are submitted under the that run in the election, if they drop out, the bound vote gets reallocated to the only candidate left that's running. So you understand? So under the rule, he is correct that that is how Alaska originally voted. However, since there was only one candidate that was left running, the bound vote gets shifted under the state party rule, and that's why the secretary read it that way. So that's how the rules are interpreted. I hope you saw tonight that we allowed for other votes of other candidates that were running to be read. I know that was different than Tampa, and I hope that you all appreciated that. In any event, have a great night.
Pursuant to Rule 37B and the chair's earlier announcement, the votes of the state of Alaska shall be recorded as 28 votes Trump. This result differs from the results of the poll delivered to the secretary, but is necessary to reflect the presidential preference vote or direct election of delegates as required under the rules. The chair is prepared to announce the results. The following candidates received the following votes: 1,725 Trump, 475 Cruz, 120 Kasich, 114 Rubio, 7 Carson, 3 Bush, 2 Paul. Accordingly, the chair announces that Donald J. Trump, having received a majority of these votes entitled to be cast at the convention, has been selected as the Republican Party nominee for President of the United States. The chair is pleased to appoint the following to serve as escort committee for Donald J. Trump: Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Tiffany Trump, Barron Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Majority Leader of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to determine our nominee for the office of Vice President of the United States. The chair states that in compliance with Rule 40B, the chair has been furnished with evidence that a majority of the delegates from each of 8 or more states severally support the candidate who will be presented for the nomination for Vice President of the United States. The chair would like to remind delegates of the provisions of Rule 40A, which provide that, in part, if there is only one candidate for nomination for Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required by paragraph B of this rule, a motion to nominate for such office by acclamation shall be in order, and no calling of the roll with respect to such office shall be required. At this time, the chair states that he has been furnished with evidence that there is only one candidate for nomination for the office of Vice President who has demonstrated the support required under Rule 40B of the Rules of the Convention. Delegates and alternates, the chair recognizes and is pleased to introduce the Honorable Eric Holcomb, Lieutenant Governor from the state of Indiana. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, and guests of the 2016 Republican National Convention, tonight I have the high honor of placing into nomination the name of a man I have known for decades, and a man America is just getting to know. I already know his head. I already know where his heart is. In Indiana, some know Mike Pence as congressman. Others know him as governor. But back home, most call him Mike. As you just heard, I serve as Mike's lieutenant governor, but more importantly, he and Karen are two of my dearest friends. Together we've stood side by side as our state has shown the world how common sense, conservative leadership can balance budgets while at the same time cutting taxes every single year he's been in office. And while at the same time making record investments in public education and increasing our children's test scores. In Indiana, under Mike Pence, more Hoosiers are working now than at any time in our 200-year history. And our tech sector is experiencing explosive record growth. In Indiana, Mike Pence doesn't just cut red tape, he eliminates it. And that is one reason why Indiana is recognized as having the best business climate in the Midwest and the 5th best business climate in America. It is exactly that type of leadership our country is lacking, and exactly the type of leadership Americans will send to the White House this fall with Donald Trump and Mike Pence. These two leaders are not just prepared to win, they are prepared to govern. Mike likes to say that Indiana is a state that works. And tonight, America is calling on him to expand that success to make America work again. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the great state of Indiana, I proudly nominate a great man of integrity, a proven conservative, an incredible husband and father, and one of my best friends. I nominate the great governor of Indiana, Mike Pence, as the Republican Party's 2016 candidate for Vice President of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40, a motion to nominate by acclamation is in order. The chair recognizes our good friend from Indiana, Senator Dan Coates.
Mr. Chairman, it is a great honor to move that Michael R. Pence from the state of Indiana be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that the Honorable Michael R. Pence be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to announce that Governor Michael Pence has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States. The chair appoints the following to serve as the escort committee for Governor Pence: Michael Pence, Charlotte Pence, and Audrey Pence.
Pursuant to Rule 40D of the Rules of the Republican Party, I formally declare Donald J. Trump and Michael R. Pence the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of these United States.
Please welcome Shelley, the National Committee Man of Vermont.
I am a Catholic. I am pro-life. I fight for religious freedom. I am a Republican. And by the grace of God, I am an American. So let us pray. Thank you, O Lord, for the gifts that you provide us, not just because we deserve them, but solely by your grace and mercy. We pray in thanksgiving for members of our armed services and to their families who sacrifice greatly to ensure our sacred freedom that we so often take for granted, so that we can continue to live in the land of the free. We will be forever grateful that you have blessed this nation with great men and women that stand on the front lines of law enforcement every day. We are thankful for those who continue to fight for religious freedom. You have chosen us, O Lord, as we gather here today to make a difference in the world. We ask that you guide us to discern what difference we can make, to recognize what is right and what is wrong. We ask for the courage and conviction to do what's right in the face of any adversity. Most of all, help us recognize that we are here through the mercy and grace of you, our Creator, and that as Americans, we are blessed and should be thankful every day for the gifts you have provided to us. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Delegates and alternates, please welcome co-chairman of the Republican National Committee, Shelley.
Good evening. Good evening, and what an honor it is to be with all of you this evening. And especially to be here in Cleveland, where we have nominated the individual that is going to make America great again, Donald J. Trump. As I look around this room at the different delegations, I understand the responsibility each of us have. We need Ohio, we need Pennsylvania, we need my home state of Florida, and we need Wisconsin. We need each and every state to deliver and make sure that on election day that we are going to save America. Because just consider for a minute, what would America look like with a Hillary Clinton as president? Our military would have a commander-in-chief who has already lied to the families of American soldiers on how and why they died in Benghazi. People who create jobs would continue to be punished. Our small businesses would suffer, and industries would be destroyed as our fellow Americans all across this country continue to lose their jobs. Honesty, integrity, and ethics. They would now be taught in history class, because if crooked Hillary is elected, that's what would happen to the values in this country. They would become history. Hillary Clinton wants you to vote for her simply because she says that she will make history. Well, Mrs. Clinton, we don't call that history. We call that hypocrisy. She repeatedly plays the gender card. In fact, she boasts, "Deal me in." Well, Mrs. Clinton, consider yourself dealt in, because as a senator, you paid women less than the men in your office. As Secretary of State, you lied to the mothers, the daughters, and the sisters of men who gave their life for our country in combat. As head of a foundation, you accepted tens of millions of dollars from foreign countries who enslave women and who treat them as second-class citizens. As a mother and as a grandmother, you have no problem supporting policies that terminate the life of the unborn. And as First Lady, you viciously attacked the character of women who were sexually abused at the hands of your husband. Now, don't get me wrong. I want to see a woman be president one day. I want my granddaughters to see a woman as president one day. But I stand before you and I say, not that woman, not Hillary Clinton, not today, not now, not ever. Because America deserves a president they can trust. They deserve a president that is worthy of being a commander-in-chief. We deserve a president who tells the truth, a president who doesn't look at the cameras and directly lies to the American people about our fallen soldiers. There is no question that Donald J. Trump would be better and is better for my children, for my grandchildren, and for this great country than Hillary Clinton could ever be. As a citizen activist that our founding fathers expected us to be, let's join together in the fight to save our country for the next generation. Let's stand together as the daughters and the sons of liberty, and let's fight the oppressive government of Hillary Clinton by electing Donald J. Trump, the next president of the greatest country in the world. God bless. God bless our proud military men, women, and their families. May God bless each of you. And may God always bless this, our special place we call our home. Godspeed on our journey together. Let's make history. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming American businessman and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship Mixed Martial Arts Organization,
What's up, GOP? Good evening, everyone. My name is Dana White. I am the president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Thank you. I'm sure most of you are wondering, what are you doing here? I am not a politician. I am a fight promoter. But I was blown away and honored to be invited here tonight. And I wanted to show up and tell you about my friend, Donald Trump, the Donald Trump that I know. In 2001, my partners and I bought the UFC, and it was basically considered a blood sport. State Athletic Commission didn't support us. Arenas around the world refused to host our events. Nobody took us seriously. Nobody. Except Donald Trump. Donald was the first guy that recognized the potential that we saw in the UFC and encouraged us to build our business. He hosted our first two events at his venue. He dealt with us personally. He got in the trenches with us, and he made a deal that worked for everyone. On top of that, he showed up for the fight on Saturday night and sat in the front row. Yeah, he's that guy. He shows up. Donald championed the UFC before it was popular, before it grew into a successful business, and I will always be grateful, so grateful to him for standing with us in those early days. So tonight, I stand with Donald Trump. Let me tell you three things that I respect about this man. First, Donald has great business instincts. He supports businesses of all sizes. He'll make it possible for them to grow and succeed, which is the backbone of a strong economy. Second, Donald is a hard worker. This guy's gonna get up there, he's gonna roll up his sleeves. He will work with people, and he will put in the time to get things done. Third, for over 15 years, Donald Trump has been a loyal and supportive friend. And I know that if I needed Donald, he would be there for me, just like he was when I first met him. He's one of these guys that sometimes he'll pick up the phone and he'll call me and say, hey, Good luck with the fights tonight. I'm going to be watching, or whatever it is that we might have going on. And he always reaches out to me when something has happened in my career. Back in 2011, we signed this huge network television deal with Fox, and they did a big write-up in the New York Times. Donald took that paper and he wrote on the front and said, "Congratulations, Dana. I always knew you were going to do it." Just for the record, Donald has nothing to do with my business. We're not in business together. His interest in me and my business are personal. And in my opinion, you can really tell a person's true character when they're happy for somebody else's success, okay? And I think that sense of loyalty and commitment will translate into how he will run this country. And let's be honest, folks, we need somebody who believes in this country, we need somebody who's proud of this country, and who will fight for this country. Let me tell you something. I've been in the fight business my whole life. I know fighters. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is a fighter, and I know he will fight for this country. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hail from the great state of Arkansas. We know from personal experience that we don't need Hillary Clinton in the White House. I have been in the public arena during the administration of 6 presidents, from federal prosecutor under President Reagan to Congress, the DEA, and then Homeland Security after 9/11. I have seen America at its best, and I have seen America put to the test. There has never been a more urgent time for leadership. America's strength and boldness are desperately needed on the world stage, and a new energy is demanded at home to build our economy and to defeat terrorism. Strength, boldness, and new energy are not words that describe Hillary Clinton. This is the same Hillary we knew in Arkansas and later in Washington for so many years. Hillary always wanted more government, and her dreams have only gotten bigger. Regretfully, she offers more of the same uncertain leadership in fighting terrorism, the same failed top-down approach to health care, where Washington tells the states what to do, the same nanny state regulations that strangle the economic strength of America. If you like the last 8 years, then Hillary will give you double for your trouble. But good things are happening in the states. In Arkansas, we are creating jobs and leading in computer science education. Unemployment is the lowest in the recorded history of Arkansas, and we have a $177 million surplus. We can do better, though, for our country at the national level. We need a president that values the role of the states, will destroy ISIS, and jumpstart our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, experience matters. On the campaign trail, Hillary Clinton emphasized her experience. Yes, experience matters, but judgment matters more. Despite her experience, Hillary Clinton's poor decisions have produced bad results. Just think about it. Hillary Clinton's radical attempts at so-called reform of the nation's healthcare system would have been more destructive than even Obamacare has been. Hillary Clinton's bad judgment, as you heard last night, left us 4 dead Americans in Benghazi. It resulted in instability in Egypt, Syria, and Libya, the rise of ISIS, the resurgence of Russia, and emboldened North Korea, inappropriate ties between foreign governments and the Clinton Foundation, and a more dangerous world. When it comes to being commander-in-chief, we don't want a president who, in the words of the FBI, is extremely careless in the handling of classified material. Donald Trump represents a different kind of leadership. He is exactly the kind of transparent, straight-talking leader America needs right now. A Hillary Clinton presidency will endanger our national security. It will be the wrong direction for our economy and will undermine the innovation coming from the states. A Trump presidency will be about the art of the possible. Donald Trump is the right leader for our time. Mike Pence is the right leader for our time. Thank you. God bless America.
Please welcome the Attorney General of Arkansas, Leslie Rutledge.
Good evening. Sometimes Hillary Clinton speaks with a New York accent. Sometimes an Arkansas accent. But y'all, this is what a real Arkansas woman sounds like. Hillary may not know where she's from, but Arkansans know exactly who she is. Arkansans know who I am. Raised on a cattle farm, married to a row crop farmer. And I'm a Christian, pro-life, gun-carrying, conservative woman. And I'm the first female and first Republican elected Attorney General of Arkansas. The very same office Bill Clinton held when those two launched their careers of corruption. Hillary says when they left the White House, they were poor. And while they've made millions, she's still poor in all the ways that really count. Poor judgment, poor policies, and poor decisions. Hillary is a lawyer, but she acts like the law doesn't apply to her. Absolutely no good could have come from merging her public service with her private interest, much less her private server. What we know about her scandals is bad. What we don't know may be worse. Why did Bill's speaking fees skyrocket as soon as she became Secretary of State? Why did donors to the Clinton Foundation receive favorable treatment from the State Department? Deception and dishonesty are all second nature to Hillary. As my daddy likes to say, Hillary will lie even when the truth would serve her better. I broke a glass ceiling. I know the importance of doing so, but a historical milestone need not come at the expense of America. Unlike Hillary, Donald Trump knows that women and men are not single-issue voters. We care about jobs, the economy, and national security. I know this race will shape the Supreme Court for generations. Do we want the late Antonin Scalia to be replaced by a liberal activist judge? Donald Trump will nominate conservative justices who will uphold the Constitution, support the rule of law, and rein in out of control federal bureaucrats. Frankly, Hillary needs to go to her own house and not the White House. And she can take Ruth Bader Ginsburg with her. My fellow Americans, it's time to update your resumes because Donald Trump is growing jobs, and with a Trump presidency, America will be closed to overregulation and open for business. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America. Thank you.
You know, over the years, Hillary Clinton has done a lot of things and said a lot of things to show why she should not be President of the United States. But how she treated and what she did with government secrets when she was Secretary of State, and what she said about what she did, both before and after she got caught, exquisitely sums up the case against her presidency. She sent and received secret and top secret and beyond top secret information and emails on an unsecure private email system instead of on the secure government system. And she did it without authorization. She said, falsely, that there was no classified information. She said, falsely, that what she did was authorized. And what else did she say? She said, and these are her words, when we travel to sensitive places like Russia, we often received warnings from department security officials to leave our Blackberries, laptops, anything that communicated with the outside world on the plane with their batteries removed to prevent foreign intelligence services from compromising them. And then she added, falsely, even in friendly settings, we conducted business under secret security precautions, taking care when and how we read secret material and used our technology. That's from her book, which is entitled, ironically, Hard Choices. Hard choices indeed. In reality, we now know that she chose to use her private email overseas in countries that were hostile to the United States and that have sophisticated hacking capability. Although her system was so remarkably primitive, the FBI couldn't figure out whether or not it had been hacked. We do know that the emails of people she communicated with were hacked. So I guess about her emails, we're soon going to hear the same infamous question that we heard about the death of 4 Americans in Benghazi. What difference at this point does it make? Well, Secretary Clinton, it makes a big difference. The United States is the only country in the world that was founded based not on blood or land, but based on a law, the Constitution. Hillary Clinton is running for an office, the presidency, whose powers and duties are defined by that law. The most important power that that law gives the president is to be Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to protect the country. That law imposes really only one substantive duty on the president, and that is, as written in the Constitution, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That law, the Constitution, specifically requires that before taking up those powers and duties, the President swear to an oath, and it's the only oath that's set forth in the Constitution, to faithfully execute the office and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Hillary Clinton took a similar oath before she became Secretary of State. You know what that adds up to? What that adds up to is that Hillary Clinton is asking the people of this country, the people of the United States, to make her the first president in history to take the constitutional oath of office after already having violated it. The message from this convention to everyone watching these proceedings, and the message to her, should be loud, clear, and short. No way, Hillary. No way on earth. Thank you very much.
Please welcome from New York, businessman Andy Willis.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's been a lot of fun the last few days, watching the media speculate about me. Who's Andy West, they all asked. Someone said I was Batman. I said, that's Adam West, dummy. Some of these reporters need to get a life. Look, you want to know who Andy West is? I'll tell you. I'm living proof that the American dream is real. I grew up in Brooklyn and started a business in my mother's backyard when I was 21 years old. Standard waterproofing. We restore building exteriors. Today we have 140 employees. Not as big as Mr. Trump's company, but still pretty good, right? I'm also the trustee of Teamster Local 522 because, like Donald Trump and Mike Pence, I believe that working men and women still matter in this country, and we have to look out for them. After 8 years of President Obama, I don't see the American dream like I did when I was starting out. All I see is too many people out of work, too many jobs shipped overseas, and too many politicians who just don't care. It's a mess. Who's going to fix it? Hillary Clinton? After 30 years in public life, her only accomplishment is beating the rap every time she breaks the law. Donald Trump is a builder. He's a leader who will bring us together. He will make America work again so we can believe again. I'm not a big, important person. I'm just a regular guy. I love my family. I love my country. I lived a great life. But I'm not going to be around forever, and neither will you be. This November, we get to decide what kind of world we leave behind. When I'm gone, I want my children and your children and our grandchildren to be able to live the American dream like I have. And the only way we keep the American dream alive is by electing Donald Trump president. Thank you. God bless Donald Trump. God bless America.
Please welcome the Senator from Wisconsin, Robert Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, what difference at this point does it make? I am the guy that got under her skin and provoked that infamous response from Hillary Clinton by asking a pretty simple question. Why didn't you just pick up the phone and call the survivors? But instead of doing that, she hatched her cover-up story and repeatedly lied to the American people. She even lied to the surviving family members of Americans' fallen heroes. Think about that for a moment. She looked those family members right in the eye, and then she lied. And of course, Hillary's cold, calculated lying continues. If we can't trust her to tell us the truth, how can we possibly trust her to lead America? So let me tell you and Hillary Clinton what difference it does make when America's leaders cannot be trusted and when our commander-in-chief fails miserably by employing a strategy of peace through withdrawal instead of achieving peace through strength. It made a difference to the young Yazidi woman I met who was captured and brutalized by ISIS barbarians, the joy of life hauntingly absent in her eyes. It made a difference to the travelers passing through airports in Brussels, in Istanbul, who just wanted to get home to their family and friends. It made a difference to the ordinary Americans sharing holiday cheer at a Christmas party in San Bernardino. It made a difference to the young men and women dancing on a summer night at a club in Orlando. And it made a difference to the families watching fireworks at a celebration of freedom in Nice. These are just a few of the examples of Islamic terrorists. Let me repeat that. Radical Islamic terrorists slaughtering and brutalizing their innocent victims. So the question is, when will America actually confront this terrible reality? We certainly won't if Democrats win in November. In Wisconsin, I'm running against Russ Feingold, a man who, even after 9/11, was the only senator to vote against giving law enforcement the tools they need to help stop international terror. During his 18-year Senate career, he also voted against authorizing our military 11 separate times. Now he's asking Wisconsinites to give him a 4th term, just as Hillary Clinton is asking America to give her Obama's 3rd term. The world is simply too dangerous to elect either of them. Instead, America needs strong leadership. Leaders who will jumpstart our economy, secure our borders, strengthen our military, and accomplish the goal that President Obama set out over 22 months ago. We must defeat ISIS and then remain fully committed to destroying Islamic terrorists wherever they hide. It doesn't have to be like this. We shouldn't have to live in fear. But if we want to change that reality, we must understand exactly what is at stake. This is a fight for freedom. This is not somebody else's fight. This is our fight, and it is a fight that we absolutely must win. Donald Trump and Mike Pence understand that these must be America's top priorities. They will be strong leaders working with Republicans in the House and the Senate to achieve a goal that can unite us all: a safe, a prosperous, and secure America. Our future hangs in the balance. We must unify, work tirelessly, and together save this great nation. So God bless your efforts, and God bless America. Thank you.
I want to talk to you tonight about a very personal freedom, your right to protect your life. Because as much as we don't like to think about it, we live in dangerous times. We're worried, and we have reason to be, because our government has failed to keep us safe. You have to be able to protect yourself and your family, and that's what the Second Amendment is all about. Imagine a young mother at home with her baby when a violent predator kicks the door in. He's a 3-time loser who was released from prison early because some politician wanted to show their compassion. What's she going to do? She'll dial 911 and pray. The police will do their best to get there quickly, but their average response time is 11 minutes. So the question is, should she be able to defend herself with a firearm in her own home? Of course. Friends, that question is on the ballot in November. And here's why. 8 years ago, the Supreme Court ruled that we have a fundamental individual right to protect ourselves and our families with a firearm in our own homes. They should have ruled it 9-0, but the Second Amendment survived by just one vote. After Justice Scalia's death, that vote is gone. In case you're wondering where Hillary Clinton stands, she said, quote, "The Supreme Court is wrong on the Second Amendment." Think about that. All the Supreme Court said was that you have the right to protect your life in your own home, but Hillary says they're wrong. It's that simple. A Hillary Clinton Supreme Court means your right to own a firearm is gone. Make no mistake, this election is not about the next 4 years. It's about the next 40 years. So voting for Hillary Clinton or not voting is simply not an option. What's so outrageous is that for the rest of her life, Hillary Clinton will never even think about dialing 911. For the past 30 years, she hasn't taken a walk, a nap, or a bathroom break without a good guy with a gun there to protect her. So it's easy for her to dismiss a right that she will never have to use. But for the rest of us, the choice to own a firearm is ours to make. In America, there cannot be one set of rules for the Clintons and another set for us. But here's Hillary's problem. American women are the fastest growing group of gun owners. Millions own firearms. Millions and millions more are thinking about it. It's not Hillary Clinton who says women should have that choice. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a life member of the National Rifle Association. So are his sons, Don and Eric, because we're the largest and oldest civil rights organization in America. We fight for the rights of all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or sexual orientation, because the right to protect your life is the most precious right you have. Friends, the 5 million men and women of the NRA will fight without apology for your right to protect your life. But we are on the cusp. We are on the cusp of losing this great American freedom, and with it, this great nation. The only way we save it is by electing Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. I appreciate this incredible opportunity to speak to you about a man I greatly admire, a man I found to be gracious, generous, and inspiring. I must begin, however, by saying there is a great deal of irony that I'm speaking to you tonight because when I earned my tour card 16 years ago, I was told there's only 2 things you don't talk about in public: faith and politics. Well, tonight, I'm prepared to violate both those admonitions as I stand before you at the Republican National Convention as a Christian woman. I believe that God's timing is perfect, and He puts people in our lives to help make us a positive impact on those around us and to help us achieve our goals. One of those people for me is Donald Trump. The first time I played golf with him in 2005, I shared two things I had told countless CEOs, billionaires, and politicians before him. One, I had a dream to open up my own Boys and Girls Club. And two, I was deeply frustrated about being treated differently as a woman, overlooked, and underpaid in business. These words previously fell on deaf, albeit well-intentioned ears, but that day was different. They finally fell on ears that cared enough to take action. I'm proud to tell you that with Donald's help, I opened up the Natalie Golbis Boys and Girls Club. And in response to my frustrations about being treated unfairly as a woman, he adamantly rejected the notion and instead offered me a simple idea that changed my life forever. Never fear challenging the status quo. He encouraged me to think of myself not as a female athlete, but as a business person. In everything you do, be fearless, he reminded me. Be fearless. As an athlete, fearlessness came natural to me. But as a businesswoman, I faced challenges that weren't always on a level playing field. Even today, I face challenges, and Donald remains a consistent voice, encouraging me to stand up to gender injustices and to lean in to any professional challenge that comes my way. I hope you take these principles about generosity and fearlessness and that they can have a similar impact for you in your life like they've had in mine. Ronald Reagan said, "Status quo is Latin for the mess we're in." And while I believe that this is the greatest time to be a woman in the greatest country in the history of the world, I have no delusions that there isn't a mess to clean up. And we desperately need someone to clean up that mess. That person is Donald Trump. And if one's history of fearlessness and challenging the status quo is an indicator for meaningful change, then Donald Trump is the person to bring that to America. Thank you.
around the Clintons more than anybody should ever have to be. A couple of years ago, Bill and Hillary camped out in my state telling anyone who'd listen why they ought to vote against me. Tonight, I'm here to return the favor. I'm a patient man. As a young child in the South, I was struck with polio and forced to stay off my feet for 2 years. That experience taught me an abiding gratitude for my parents. And it also taught me how to wait, which comes in handy when you're the leader of the U.S. Senate. More than anything, though, my job has taught me the value of trust, how to distinguish between people who are in this to serve others and people who are in it for themselves. I'm here to tell you, Hillary Clinton will say anything, do anything, and be anything to get elected president, and we cannot allow it. The American people are tired of hearing about the bounty of government while the cost of caring for a family or meeting daily expenses grows out of reach. Over the past few years, they've seen government abuse their office and get rewarded for it. They've seen the middle class actually shrink. And in the midst of this, they've raised a very simple complaint. Who's looking out for us? It's not Hillary. I've had my differences with Barack Obama, but I'll give him credit for this. At least he was upfront about his plans to move America to the far left. To the far left. Not Hillary. She lied about her emails. She lied about her server. She lied about Benghazi. She even lied about sniper fire. Why, even she lied about why her parents named her Hillary. So I ask you a simple question. At a moment when so many feel betrayed by their government, why in the world would Democrats put forward such a candidate? Hillary has changed her positions on so many times, it's impossible to tell where the conviction ends and the ambition begins. In 2010, she said Iran could enrich uranium. In 2014, she said she's always argued against it. Once a backer of the Keystone Pipeline, last year she opposed it. She used to be against sanctuary cities, then she claimed she was for them, and now we're not sure where she is. Friends, not since Baghdad Bob has there been a public figure with such a tortured relationship with the truth. Fortunately, there's a clear choice before us, and it's not Hillary. You know what the next 4 years will look like with Hillary, and you know that if Hillary is president, we'll continue to slide, distracted by the scandals that follow the Clintons like flies. 2 years ago, voters delivered a clear verdict on the Obama years by sending a freshman class of rock star Republicans to the Senate and delivering us a majority that I promised to make you proud of. We'd never hesitate to confront the president, but we'd also do the hard work of tackling urgent problems head on. And we delivered on that promise. We put Obamacare repeal on the president's desk. He vetoed it. Donald Trump would sign it. We passed a bill to finally build the Keystone Pipeline. Obama vetoed it. Donald Trump would sign it. We passed a bill to defund Planned Parenthood. Obama vetoed it. Donald Trump would sign it. And on that sad day when we lost Justice Scalia, I made another pledge that Obama would not fill this seat. That honor will go to Donald Trump next year. So with Donald Trump in the White House, Senate Republicans will build on the work we've done and pass more bills into law than any Senate in years. We've already passed the first major education reform in more than a decade and ended Common Core. We made the first significant reforms to Social Security in 3 decades. We passed a crucial cybersecurity bill. We imposed sanctions on North Korea. We passed the first major highway bill in more than a decade. We passed a bill to combat the scourge of human trafficking. And just last week, we passed the first major law aimed at confronting the heartbreaking explosion of heroin and opioid abuse. So my friends, keep the Senate in Republican hands and we'll continue this work. And the remarkable public servants that I'm proud to lead in the Senate will not let you down. But put Hillary Clinton in the White House, and I promise you this, she will double down on the cynical approach that Senate Democrats seem to revel in these days. Here's what I mean. As we sit here tonight, a terrifying mosquito-borne illness threatens expectant mothers and their babies along our southern coast. And just last week, Clinton Democrats in the Senate blocked a bill aimed at eradicating that virus before it can spread. And they weren't finished. They blocked a defense funding bill, a bill that would support the brave men and women who are right now defending us overseas. What in the world do these people think public service is about? I don't know, but I know this. If Hillary Clinton is our president, nothing will change. So tonight I ask you to continue. Let us continue our work. Let us put justices on the Supreme Court who cherish our Constitution. Let's keep the Senate. And let's elect a president and a vice president who really believe America is exceptional. Thank you, my friends, and God bless America.
Hello, Republicans. I'm Dan Sullivan from the great state of Alaska. And I'm proud to be standing here tonight with my fellow freshman senators. This is who we are: governors and doctors, educators and ministers, CEOs and hog farmers, moms and dads. We have served in the United States Army, in the United States Marines, and now we serve in the United States Senate. In 2014, you made this happen. Republicans all across the country coming together who wanted new energy in the Senate and who wanted to fire Harry Reid. And that's exactly what we did. In 2016, we need to keep that momentum going. We need to keep the Senate in Republican hands and win back the White House. We will put coal miners and oil drillers back to work. Not target them for extinction, as Hillary has promised. We must reignite economic opportunity in the American dream for everybody. And when we do this together, we will make America great again. Thank you.
Please welcome back the Speaker of the
Everybody. Hey, thank you all very, very much. On Wisconsin. Yeah. Hey, delegates, friends, fellow citizens. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the privilege of addressing this 41st convention of the Party of Lincoln. And as part of my chairman duties, let me thank all of the people of this beautiful city for looking after us this week. And above all, I want to thank the men and women who are here from law enforcement for your service. You know, standing up here again, it all has kind of a familiar feel. Students of trivia will recall that last time around I was your nominee for vice president. It was a great honor. It was a great honor even if things didn't work out quite according to the plan. Hey, I'm a positive guy. I found some other things to keep me busy. And I like to look at it this way. The next time that there's a State of the Union address, I don't know where Joe Biden or Barack Obama are going to be, but you'll find me right there on the rostrum with Vice President Mike Pence and President Donald Trump. Democracy is a series of choices. We Republicans have made our choice. Have we had our arguments this year? Sure we have. You and I call those signs of life, signs of a party that's not just going through the motions, not just mouthing new words for the same old stuff. Meanwhile, what choice has the other party made in this incredible year filled with so many surprises? Here we are, at a time when men and women in both parties so clearly, so undeniably want a big change in direction for America, a clean break from a failed system. And what does the Democratic Party establishment offer? What is their idea of a clean break? They are offering a third Obama term brought to you by another Clinton. And you're supposed to be excited about that. For a country so ready for change, it feels like we've been cleared for takeoff and then somebody announced we're all going back to the gate. It's like we've been on hold forever, waiting and waiting to finally talk to a real person, and somehow we've been sent back to the main menu. Watch the Democratic Party convention next week. That 4-day infomercial of politically correct moralizing. And let it be a reminder of all that is at stake in this election. You can get through 4 days of it with a little help from the mute button. But 4 more years of it? Not a chance. Not a chance. Look, the Obama years are almost over. The Clinton years are way over. 2016 is the year America moves on. From now to November, we will hear how many different ways progressive elitists can find to talk down to the rest of America. To tell the voters that the Obama years have been good for you, that you should be grateful, and well, now it's Hillary's turn. The problem is really simple. The problem here is very simple. There is a reason people in our country are disappointed and restless. If opportunity seems like it's been slipping away, that's because it has. And liberal progressive ideas have done exactly nothing to help. Wages never seem to go up. the whole economy feels stuck. And millions of Americans, middle-class security is now just a memory. Progressives like to talk, like our president, like to talk forever about poverty in America. And if high-sounding talk did any good, we'd have overcome those deep problems long ago. This explains why, under the most liberal president we have had so far, poverty in America is worse, especially for our fellow citizens who are promised better and who need it most. The result is a record of discarded promises, empty gestures, phony strawman arguments, reforms put off forever, shady power plays like the one that gave us Obamacare, constitutional limits brushed off as nothing, and all the while, dangers in the world downplayed, even as the threats go bolder and come closer. It's the last chapter of an old story. Progressives deliver everything except progress. Yet, we know better than most. We know better than to think that Republicans can win only on the failures of Democrats. It still comes down to a contest of ideas, which is really good news, ladies and gentlemen, because when it's about ideas, the advantage goes to us. Against the dreary backdrop of arrogant bureaucracies, pointless mandates, reckless borrowing, willful retreat from the world, and all that progressives have in store for us, the Republican Party stands as the great enduring alternative party. We believe in making government, as Ronald Reagan said, not the distributor of gifts and privilege, but once again the protector of our liberties. Let the other party go on making its case for more government control over every aspect of our lives, more taxes to pay, more debt to carry, more rules to follow, more judges who just make it up as they go along. We, in this party, we are committed to a federal government that acts again as a servant, accountable to the people, following the Constitution, and venturing not 1 inch beyond the consent of the governed. We in this party offer a better way for our country, based on fundamentals that go back to the founding generation. We believe in a free society, where aspiration and effort can make the difference in every life, where your starting point is not your destiny, and where your first chance is not your only chance. We offer a better way for America with ideas that actually work. A reformed tax code that rewards free enterprise instead of just enterprising lobbyists. A reformed healthcare system that operates by free choice instead of by force and doesn't leave you answering to cold, clueless bureaucrats. A commitment to a renewed commitment to building a 21st century military and giving our veterans the care that they were promised and the care that they earned. And we offer a better way for dealing with persistent poverty in this country. A way that shows poor Americans the world beyond liberal warehousing and check writing, into the life everyone can find with opportunity and independence. The happiness of using your gifts, and the dignity of having a job. And you know what? None of this will happen under Hillary Clinton. Only with Donald Trump and Mike Pence do we have a chance at a better way. And last point. Let the other party go on and on with its constant dividing up of people. Always playing one group against the other, as if group identity were everything. In America, aren't we all supposed to be and see beyond class, see beyond ethnicity, or all these other lines drawn to set us apart and lock us into groups? Real social progress is always a widening of the circle of concern and protection. It's respect and empathy overtaking blindness and indifference. It's understanding that by the true measure, we are all neighbors and countrymen, called each one of us to know what is right and kind and just, and to go and do likewise. Everyone is equal. Everyone has a place. No one is written off, because there is worth and goodness in every life. Straight from the Declaration of Independence, that is the Republican ideal, and if we won't defend it, who will? So much that you and I care about. So many things that we stand for in the balance in this coming election. Whatever we lack going into this campaign, we should not lack for motivation. In the plainest terms I know, it is all on the line. So let's act that way. Let's act that way. Let's use the edge we have, because it is still what earns the trust and the votes. This year of surprises and dramatic turns can end in the finest possible way, when America elects a conservative governing majority. We can do this. We can earn that mandate if we don't hold anything back, if we never lose sight of the stakes, if we never lose sight of what's on the table. Our candidates will be giving their all, they'll be giving their utmost, and every one of us has got to go and do the same. So what do you say? What do you say? What do you say that we unify this party? What do you say that we unify this party at this crucial moment when unity is everything? Let's take our fight to our opponents with better ideas. Let's get on the offensive and let's stay there. Let's compete in every part of America and turn out at the polls like every last vote matters, because it will. Fellow Republicans, what we have begun here, let's see this thing through. Let's win this thing. Let's show America our best and nothing less. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. I'm proud to be a conservative from California. Now, we have listened, and you have told us enough. Enough of feeling like your government is ignoring you. Enough of Washington bailouts and handouts. Enough of feeling less safe and less secure in a more dangerous world where the bad guys are winning and the good guys are losing. But I have good news. In 112 days, it is over. Now, in this election, the stakes have never been higher. Do we settle for the path we are on, or do we take a better way? Now, Republicans believe that families who work hard should get ahead. Republicans believe in an America that isn't divided by race, religion, or gender. Republicans believe that America only works if we put your interest above the special interest. But that is not what has happened for the past 8 years. For 8 years, we have had a president who's promised us so much, but delivered so little. The lies we were told about Obamacare, the destruction of jobs and entire industries, the empowerment of Iran, and the rise of ISIS. Republicans have a better way. We have a plan to fix it. In our Republican agenda, our enemies will fear us.
Our taxes will be fairer. People will be able to afford the health care they want. The people's voice will be heard. Government will help those who truly need it, and it will allow everyone to rise. So to those that are left behind by economic forces out of your control, we hear you. To those who are attacked for your beliefs, we hear you. To a nation that sees chaos spreading across America and across that globe, we hear you. And for our men and women in uniform, we hear you. Now, as a matter of principle, you will have the very best America has to offer. Those who have fought in the front lines should never have to wait in line. There is a better way, but this Republican agenda can only be realized if we disrupt the status quo. And let's admit, Hillary Clinton is the definition of status quo. We need a leader who shapes the future. The Democrats won't bring the future because they are stuck in the past. When innovation has brought more power to the people, Democrats want more power for Washington. When innovation advances technology, Hillary Clinton uses it to put American secrets at risk. This is not the path for our country. In these difficult times, I remember the words of President Ronald Reagan when he described America as that shining city upon the hill. Together, electing a Republican Congress, Donald Trump, Mike Pence, we can build a better America and make that shining city on the hill bright again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here tonight not only as the governor of New Jersey, but also as Donald Trump's friend for the last 14 years. We are about to be led by not only a strong leader, but by a caring, genuine, and decent person. I'm proud to say that the voice of the people of our nation is being heard in this hall tonight, and those voices want Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. But everybody, this election is not just about Donald Trump. No, it's also about his Democratic opponent, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Now, in the past few weeks, we've seen the Justice Department refuse to prosecute her. Over the last 8 years, we've seen this administration refuse to hold her accountable for her dismal record as Secretary of State. So let's do something fun tonight. Tonight, as a former federal prosecutor, I welcome the opportunity to hold Hillary Rodham Clinton accountable for her performance and her character. Now, All right, we're getting there. Give me a few more minutes, we'll get there. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna present the facts to you. You, tonight, sitting as a jury of her peers, both in this hall and in your living rooms around our nation. You see, since the Justice Department refuses to allow you to render a verdict, I'm gonna present the case now on the facts against Hillary Rodham Clinton. Now, she was America's chief diplomat. So let's look around the world at the violence and the danger today in every region that has been infected by her flawed judgment. But I'm going to be specific so that you can render your verdict tonight on the basis of the facts. Let's go to North Africa. She was the chief engineer of the disastrous overthrow of Gaddafi in Libya. Libya today, after Hillary Clinton's grand strategy, their economy's in ruins, there's death and violence on the streets, and ISIS is now dominating that country. So I'm going to ask you this. Hillary Clinton, as a failure for ruining Libya and creating a nest for terrorist activity by ISIS, answer me now, is she guilty or not guilty? In Nigeria, Hillary Clinton amazingly fought for 2 years to keep an al-Qaeda affiliate off of the terrorist watch list. Now, what happened because of this reckless action by the candidate who is the self-proclaimed champion of women all around the world? These al-Qaeda terrorists abducted hundreds of innocent young women 2 years ago. These schoolgirls are still missing today. And what was the solution from the Obama-Clinton team? A hashtag campaign. So now let's figure it out. Let's decide. Hillary Clinton, as an apologist for an al-Qaeda affiliate in Nigeria, resulting in the capture of innocent young women, is she guilty or not guilty? See, she fights for the wrong people. She never fights for us. She doesn't get the real threats that America faces. So now let's go to China. In China, Hillary Clinton praised the Chinese government for buying our debt to finance Barack Obama's bloated stimulus plan. She was so desperate for Chinese cash, she promised to oppose the Buy American provision in the stimulus bill in exchange for the cash to finance a huge expansion of federal government spending. So, Hillary Clinton, putting big government spending financed by the Chinese ahead of good-paying jobs for middle-class Americans, is she guilty or not guilty? Let's go to Syria. In Syria, imagine this. Imagine this. She called President Assad a reformer. She called Assad a different kind of leader. There's now 400,000 dead. Think about that. 400,000 dead at the hands of the man that Hillary defended. So we must ask this question. Hillary Clinton, as an awful judge of the character of a dictator and butcher in the Middle East, is she guilty or not guilty? Next in Iran, she launched the negotiations that brought about the worst nuclear deal in history. Let me be clear, America and the world are measurably less safe and less respected because of the Iran deal that Hillary helped cut, period. After she launched those negotiations, she became the biggest cheerleader for this agreement in the end. It's a deal that will lead to a nuclear Iran, an Israel that will be less safe and secure, and a much more dangerous Middle East. So let's ask it. Hillary Clinton, as an inept negotiator of the worst nuclear arms deal in American history, is she guilty or not guilty? Next. Next. Oh, believe me, we're not done yet. The indictment is hardly complete. Next, let's go to Russia. She went to the Kremlin on her very first visit and gave them that stupid, symbolic reset button. You know what I think that button should have read? It should have read delete. You know, she's very good at that, by the way. And it should have read delete because she deleted in 4 years the safety and security it took us to build in 40 years. The next year, she said our goal, America's goal, was to strengthen Russia. Strengthen an adversary led by a dictator who dreams of reassembling the old Soviet empire. What an extraordinarily dangerous lack of judgment. So once again, we need to ask, as a flawed evaluator of dictators and failed strategist who has permitted Russia back in as a major player in the Middle East, is Hillary Clinton guilty or not guilty? Now we go to Cuba. Hillary Clinton supported concessions to the Castro brothers and got almost nothing in return for ending the embargo. She supported a deal that didn't even require this murderous regime to return a cop killer, Joanne Chesimard, to face justice. See, I know about this personally. Joanne Chesimard murdered a New Jersey state trooper in cold blood, fled to Cuba, and lives there under Cuban protection to this very day. I want to ask you, how could someone live with their own conscience when you reward a domestic terrorist with continued safety and at the same time betray the family of a fallen police officer waiting for decades for justice for his murder? So let's ask the question. Hillary Clinton, as a coddler of the brutal Castro brothers and betrayer of the family of fallen state trooper Werner Foster and his family, is she guilty or not guilty? Now, finally here at home, in one of her first decisions as Secretary of State, she set up a private email server in her basement in violation of our national security. Let's face the facts. Hillary Clinton cared more about protecting her own secrets than she cared about protecting America's secrets. And then she lied about it over and over and over again. She said there was no marked classified information on her server. The FBI director said that's untrue. She said that she did not email any classified information. The FBI director says that's untrue. She said all work-related emails were sent back to the State Department. The FBI director said that's not true. So, as to Hillary Clinton, the charge of putting herself ahead of America, guilty or not guilty? I got another question for you. As to Hillary Clinton lying to the American people about her selfish, awful judgment in making our secrets vulnerable, what's your verdict? Guilty or not guilty? Now, time after time, the facts, and just the facts, lead you to the same verdict, both around the world and here at home. In Libya and Nigeria, guilty. In China and Syria, in Iran and Russia and Cuba, and here at home for risking America's secrets to keep her own and lying to cover it all up. Her focus group tested persona with no genuineness to be found is a sham, meant to obscure all the facts and leave you able to vote for her. We cannot promote someone to commander-in-chief who has made the world a more violent and dangerous place with every bad judgment she's made. We cannot make the chief law enforcement officer of the United States someone who has risked America's secrets and lied to the American people about it day after day after day. Here it is, everybody. We didn't disqualify Hillary Clinton to be President of the United States. The facts of her life and career disqualify her. See, I can tell that everybody in this hall agrees with this, but I want to take our last moments here to talk to all of you at home, in your living rooms, sitting there tonight. You're the ones who will decide this election. We have an alternative. We have a man who is unafraid. We have a man who wants to lead us. We have a man who understands the frustrations and the aspirations of our fellow citizens. We have a man who judges people based on their performance, regardless of your gender, your race, your ethnic or religious background. I implore you, we do not need to settle for less in this election. We cannot reward incompetence and deceit. We need to demand more than what Hillary Clinton offers for America. Because see, we know exactly what 4 years of Hillary Clinton will bring. All the failures of the Obama years, but with less charm and more lies. Tonight, those of us in this hall and the people at home, it is our obligation to stop Hillary Clinton now and never let her get within 10 miles of the White House again. It is time to come together and make sure that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. I am proud to be part of this team. Now let's go out and win this thing together. Let's go get them. Good night.
Thank you all so much. It's so amazing to be with you tonight and say a few words about my father and your nominee for president. Please excuse me if I'm a little nervous. When I graduated college a couple of months ago, I never expected to be here tonight addressing the nation. I've given a few speeches in front of classrooms of students, but never in an arena with more than 10 million people watching. But, like my father, I never back down from challenges. So here I am, a little new to the convention scene, but incredibly honored and very confident in the good man that America is coming to know. It's often said that with enough effort and determination, you can do whatever you put your mind to. But saying those words and living them are different things, and my father has lived them. It's one of his defining qualities, and I've seen it in action all of my life. Whatever he does, he gives his all and does it well. His desire for excellence is contagious. He possesses a unique gift for bringing that trait out in others, starting with those closest to him. He's always helped me be the best version of myself. By encouragement and by example, he motivates me to work my hardest and to always stay true to who I am and what I believe. That's what he does. He draws out the talent and drive in people so that they can achieve their full potential. That's a great quality to have in a father, and better yet, in the President of the United States. As a recent college graduate, many of my accomplishments are still to come. But my dad takes such pride in all that I've done so far, no matter how big or how small. I still keep all of my report cards, some dating back to kindergarten, because I like to look back and see the sweet notes he wrote on each and every one of them. Contrary to what you might expect from someone who places an emphasis on results, my dad's comments referred often to the sentiments expressed by my teachers about how I acted in and out of the classroom, just not even focusing on the letter grades themselves. Donald Trump has never done anything halfway, least of all as a parent. My father always asked about my family in Georgia to make sure that they are healthy and safe. My uncle served in Vietnam, and my 97-year-old great-grandfather served in World War II. I believe the measure of a person is revealed in their darkest times. For me, the measure of a parent is based on how they support and bolster you when you're down. A few years ago, someone very dear to me passed away, and the first call I got, as I knew I would, came from my father. Without his unwavering support and care for me during such a challenging time, I don't know how I would have made it through. As far too many know, it is the small, loving acts that help an enormous amount in times of grief. My father is good with advice, as you might guess, but he keeps it short, and the takeaway is usually the same: to help us find our own way and our own gifts. If you do what you love, hold nothing back, and never let fear of failure get in the way, then you pretty much figured out the Trump formula. My dad is a natural-born encourager, the last person who will ever tell you to lower your sights or give up your dream. I always look forward to introducing him to my friends, especially the ones with preconceived notions, because they meet a man with natural charm and no facade. In person, my father is so friendly, so considerate, so funny, and so real. My friends walk away with a glimpse of all that he is and all that he means to me, of the strong, protective, kind, endearing man I am so proud to call my father. I never pictured myself saying all of this to a packed arena, but I am grateful and fortunate for the chance. I have admired my father all of my life, and I love him with all my heart. God bless you, and thank you.
General Manager of Trump Winery.
Good evening. It's such an honor to be here to speak to you about our next President of the United States. Donald Trump is a man of vision. He isn't a wide-eyed dreamer, but someone who sees things that others don't and turns that vision into reality, making life better for people and communities across the nation. I have experienced this firsthand at the Trump Winery and Hotel, which I manage. When Donald Trump purchased the winery in 2011, it was in receivership. Quickly and decisively, he went to work, building the hotel, replanting the vines, and making it a world-class destination and the largest vineyard in Virginia. Today, we employ more than 100 people and support countless other entrepreneurs, contractors, and suppliers throughout the region. We generate millions in revenue and millions more in taxes with a $50 million economic impact that further sustains and strengthens the community in which our employees and I live. The winery's turns have been impressive, with nearly 100% sales growth in just 5 years. I haven't just seen this happen, I've helped make it happen. And I can tell you, it would not have happened without Donald Trump and his family. Let me be clear, this was not easy, and it was not inevitable. It took a team of hardworking, dedicated employees. But it takes more than hard work alone. Our success would not have come to pass without the leadership and the vision of the Trumps. You often hear Donald Trump talk, but what you don't see is when he listens. He and his son Eric listen attentively and ask questions that lead to engaged, informed decisions based on the expert knowledge of those who have earned their trust. That trust is rewarded not just with compensation, but with authority and resources. The Trumps have also given a gift to those who know them, an approach and outlook to life that will always guide me. Because of them, I now think bigger, and in ways I didn't think were even possible. Donald Trump has told me that a person's own work ethic and drive are the only limitations to success. I now know this to be true. It isn't just a platitude. At Trump Winery, it is real, and I'll tell you, it is rare. It is accompanied by respect for my accomplishments and the opportunity to grow professionally. That is a direct result of Trump's leadership that we need more today, more than ever in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Donald Trump Jr. Thank you. Thank you. I'm the father of 5 young children, from 2-year-old Chloe to Kai, who just turned 9. I'm the husband to Vanessa, an amazing wife and mother, and the son of a great man. I'm an American, and tonight I want to talk to you about the country we live in, the country our children will grow up in. For my generation, this is the most important election of our lifetime, one that will determine the future of our country, and in turn, the future of the world. For too long, our country has ignored its problems, punting them down the road for future generations to deal with. In business, I was trained by my father to make the tough investments and decisions today to ensure a brighter future tomorrow. We've actually started to believe that solving our great problems is an impossible task. And that's why we need to elect a man who has a track record of accomplishing the impossible. For the first time, parents no longer think that their kids will be as well off as we were. We've lost the confidence in our leaders and the faith in our institutions. But remember one thing, we're still Americans, we're still one country, and we're gonna get it all back. We're gonna get it back better than ever before. I know we'll get it back because I know my father. I know that when people tell him it can't be done, that guarantees that he gets it done. I know that when someone tells him that something is impossible, that's what triggers him into action. When people told him it was impossible for a boy from Queens to go to Manhattan and take on developers in the big city, rather than give up, he changed the skyline of New York. I've seen it time and time again, that look in his eyes when someone says it can't be done. I saw that look a little over a year ago when he was told he couldn't possibly succeed in politics. Yes, he did. For my father, impossible is just the starting point. That's how he approaches business projects. That's how he approaches life. Whether it's teaching his granddaughter how to swing a golf club or tackling the toughest negotiations, he's always fully committed. That's why the person who had never run for office before stood on the stage 11 months ago in this very arena with 16 professional politicians. And this week, that same man will stand before you as our party's nominee for the President of the United States of America. Thank you. As a proud son and family member, it was one of the great honors of my life to be able to put him over the top in the delegate count earlier today. His unrelenting determination is why he's going to become our next president, and why I know that when my father says he can fix the country, he means it. You want to know what kind of president he'll be? Let me tell you how he ran his businesses. And I know, because I was there with him, by his side, on job sites, in conference rooms, from the time I could walk. He didn't hide out behind some desk in an executive suite. He spent his career with regular Americans. He hung out with the guys on construction sites, pouring sheetrock and pouring concrete and hanging sheetrock. He listened to them, and he valued their opinions as much and often more than the guys from Harvard and Wharton, locked away in offices away from the real work. He's recognized the talent and the drive that all Americans have. He's promoted people based on their character, their street smarts, and their work ethic, not simply paper credentials. To this day, many of the top executives in our company are individuals that started out in positions that were blue collar, but he saw something in them and he pushed them to succeed. His true gift as a leader is that he sees the potential in people that they don't even see in themselves. The potential that other executives would overlook because their resumes don't include the names of fancy colleges and degrees. I know he values those workers and those qualities in people because those are the individuals he had my siblings and me work under when we started out. That he would trust his own children's formative years to these men and women says all you need to know about Donald Trump. We didn't learn from MBAs. We learned from people who had doctorates in common sense. Guys like Vinny Stelio, who taught us how to drive heavy equipment, operate tractors and chainsaws, who worked his way through the ranks to become a trusted advisor of my father. It's why we're the only children of billionaires as comfortable in a D10 Caterpillar as we are in our own cars. My father knew that those were the guys and gals that would teach us the dignity of hard work from a very young age. He knows that at the heart of the American dream is the idea that whoever we are, wherever we're from, we can get ahead, where everyone can prosper together. The other party also tells us they believe in the American dream. They say we should worry about economic inequality and immobility. You know what? They're right. But they don't tell you that it was their policies that caused the problem, and it was their policies that have no accountability. They gave us the worst immigration system in the world, one that imports immobility, one that drives down employment and wages for Hispanic Americans, for African Americans, and for everyone. An immigration system that favors illegals over those trying to go through the process legally. And at times, even over law-abiding citizens. It was Bernie Sanders himself who warned that a large tide of new workers keeps wages low and poverty high. The other party gave us public schools that far too often fail our students, especially those who have no options. Growing up, my siblings and I, we were truly fortunate to have choices and options that others don't have. We want all Americans to have those same opportunities. Our schools used to be an elevator to the middle class. Now they're stalled on the ground floor. They're like Soviet-era department stores that are run for the benefit of the clerks and not the customers, for the teachers and the administrators and not the students. You know why other countries do better on K through 12? They let parents choose where to send their own children to school. That's called competition. It's called the free market. And it's what the other party fears. They fear it because they're more concerned about protecting the jobs of tenured teachers than serving the students in desperate need of a good education. They want to run everything top down from Washington. They tell us they're the experts and they know what's best. The other party gave us a regulatory state on steroids. Dodd-Frank was 1,000 pages long, and it's already spun off 22,000 pages in regulations. Imagine trying to digest all that before you even open your doors for business. That doesn't help consumers. What it does is destroy small business in favor of big businesses who can afford the vast number of lawyers and accountants needed to comply. Dodd-Frank is consumer protection for billionaires. We've produced the thickest network of patronage and influence of any country at any time in world history. It's composed of the self-satisfied people at the top, our new aristocrats. We can't live that way any longer. It's too risky. Let me talk a little bit about risks. The other party is the party of risk. I've spent many time with many great Americans who have served this country in the military, and they know what's at stake. When we have weak leaders in positions of power, Americans risking their lives for our freedoms are less safe. You know, almost daily I get a call or a text from a real American hero. His name's Mark Geist, and I'm proud to call him a friend. Mark was part of the security team at the annex on our grounds of the consulate in Benghazi. Mark was one of the men who received frantic phone calls from his buddies at the compound, calls that pleaded for help, calls that he and his team tried to answer, but calls that didn't save all his friends, because Secretary Clinton's State Department had ignored their requests for help, both on the night in question and even in the weeks and months leading up to the attack. It was a tragedy, and one that would be repeated were she to win the election. Ask Mark who's fit to lead, who has the judgment to lead, who will take that call at 3 o'clock in the morning yet? You know, or better yet, ask yourselves, if you were in Mark's shoes that night, who would you rather call? Let me tell you something about risk. If Hillary Clinton were elected, she'd be the first president who couldn't pass a basic background check. It's incredible. Hillary Clinton is a risk Americans can't afford to take. She says she'll issue executive orders to take away Americans' guns. She wants to appoint judges who will abolish the Second Amendment. Yeah. Just look at how effective those laws have been in inner-city Chicago, a city with the toughest gun laws in our nation, where 70 people were murdered last month alone, and where over 3,400 American lives have been lost since this administration took office in 2009. You know why those laws fail? Because criminals, by definition, don't follow laws. Rather than prosecuting real criminals, she would strip hard-working, law-abiding citizens of their rights to protect themselves and their families. She'll throw every possible obstacle in the path of safe, reliable, affordable energy produced in America, by Americans, for American businesses and families. Rather than being energy independent, our country will be forced to remain beholden to her buddies in the Middle East. Those are risks we can't afford to take. And when we win, we're not going to have to. There's so much work to do. We will not accept the current state of our country because it's too hard to change. That's not the America I know. We're going to unleash the creative spirit and energy of all Americans. We're going to make our schools the best in the world for every single American of every single ethnicity and background. We're going to put Americans first, all Americans, not a special class of crony elites at the top of the heap. We're going to elect a president who will work with everyone to pass legislation that will make our country great again. A president who will give us a tax code that will free the American economy and end special loopholes for the wealthy. A president who will give us an immigration law that protects American citizens and gives them jobs. A president who will repeal and replace Obamacare without leaving our most vulnerable citizens without health care, and who will do it without destroying Medicare for seniors, as Hillary Clinton has proposed. A president who knows we can't simply delete our problems, but that we have to tackle them head on. A president who won't allow PC culture to put the safety and well-being of our children and our loved ones at stake. A president who won't bow and pander to nations that shudder at the very thought of America's existence. A president more concerned with the safety and comfort of his fellow Americans than the feelings of those hostile nations abroad who, if given the option, would wipe America off the face of this earth. A president not beholden to special interests, foreign and domestic, and one who funded his entire primary run out of his own pocket just to prove it. A president who will secure and defend the borders of the United States and who will appoint judges who believe that freedom requires a limited government. A president who won't use the highest office in the land as a path to personal enrichment. A president who's actually created real jobs who has actually signed the front of a paycheck and who doesn't just talk about it in theory. A president who has real people's families and livelihoods dependent on his success and the success of his company for decades. A president who speaks his mind, and not just when it behooves him to do so, who doesn't have to run a focus group or use data analytics to be able to form a simple opinion, who says what needs to be said and not just what you want to hear. A president who will unleash the greatness in our nation and in all of us, who will give the hardworking men and women who built this great country a voice once again. That president can only be my mentor, my best friend, my father, Donald Trump. And when we elect him, we'll have done all that. We'll have made America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you, and God bless.
Please welcome the Senator from West Virginia, Shelley Capito.
Good evening. Let me start out with a question. Are there any Mountaineers in the audience tonight? I'm Shelley Capito, the first woman ever elected to serve the state of West Virginia in the United States Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, we face challenging times. Times in which we as leaders must ask, how can we secure a future that's brighter for our next generation? That's always the challenge of leadership. And this election is no different. But with every challenge comes great opportunity. And that opportunity is what I would like to speak to you about tonight. Let me first tell you where I come from, the Mountain State. I'm a lifelong West Virginian, and with our tight-knit communities, I always say, our state is just one big, small town. That's never been more evident than in the past month as West Virginia was ravished by flooding that upended our communities, displaced our families, and claimed 23 lives. As I traveled the flood zones, I was inspired by people who, despite losing everything, sought ways to help and serve others. The stories are so tragic, yet so uplifting, and I am so proud of my state. In their jobs and communities, West Virginians work hard every day and deliver results. And in turn, they expect our country's leaders to do the same. The constant refrain I hear back home is, stop the bickering, improve the economy, and fight. Fight for our jobs. And let me tell you something, they're right. The greatest obstacle for West Virginia families and families across America over the past 8 years has been a president that places left-wing priorities and campaign promises over their livelihoods. President Obama has hurt the heart and soul of my state, our proud coal miners in the communities where they live and work and pursue their happiness. His policies have ripped through the heartland, creating a cycle of pessimism and disgust. People around the country feel the Obama administration has kicked them to the curb with a callousness that's damaged their ability to trust and respect government. In 2008, President Obama famously said, if someone wants to build a coal-powered plant, they can. It's just that it will bankrupt them. Well, 8 years later, it's safe to say his actions have matched his words. But he's never realized that when you bankrupt a coal company, you deprive communities of their livelihood. His recklessness has cost more than 60,000 co-workers their jobs since 2011. That's 60,000 families that are now without work, without a paycheck, and without many options. Well, not to be outdone, Hillary Clinton has already promised to put a lot of coal miners and coal companies out of business. She wants to put 1,000 more Americans out of work. She has promised to devastate communities and families across coal country. When I think about Hillary Clinton's pursuit of an anti-coal agenda, you know what I think about? I think about that miner who wakes up before dawn every day to go to a 10-hour shift. I think about that bus driver who drives the miner's children to school. I think about the nurse who cares for our retired miners. And I think about the hundreds of coal equipment distributors. I weep for the fabric of my state. I weep for the fabric of my state. These men and women take pride in their highly skilled and good-paying jobs that provide for their families and support their communities. They work tirelessly to power America. West Virginia workers are the backbone of this economy. And Hillary Clinton is promising to put them out of work? Now, we shouldn't be surprised by this, because Hillary Clinton understands coal miners and blue-collar workers about as well as she understands secure email. A day in the life of a coal miner and a day in the life of Hillary Clinton could not be more different. For over 25 years, she's thrived in a world where the rules bend to her. Recently, we learned she showed extreme carelessness with our nation's secrets. For others, the consequences of misusing classified information have been swift and serious, but not for Hillary Clinton. Since the end of her husband's administration, she's profited from closed-door speeches with fees that would buy several houses in the state of West Virginia. Not only is she out of touch, her attempts to reach out to the American people often reveal how distorted her vision has become. But what I find most troubling is that Hillary Clinton fails to recognize that her calculated policies affect real people. Those who want to feed their families, own homes, pay for college, pursue the American dream. These goals should not and cannot fall out of reach. You may remember when President Obama arrogantly proclaimed that he would slow the rise of the oceans and heal our planet. So what did he do? He introduced and implemented sweeping environmental regulations without Congress's approval and without any consideration for the economy. These unilateral actions are ill-informed and, quite frankly, unconstitutional. Right now, the burden of government regulations in this country amounts to $15,000 a household. So let me ask you a question, a couple questions. Are you ready? All right. Is burdening every household in America with the cost of $15,000 worth more applause lines at campaign rallies? Is burdening every household in America with a cost of $15,000 worth more campaign cash? Is burdening every household in America with a cost of $15,000 worth a few more one-liners? Well, I couldn't agree with you more. And I'm sure you agree with me about the importance of this election. One of the reasons this election is so important is because the Democrats have nominated a candidate that Americans overwhelmingly distrust. You know what? She's earned this reputation. Her term at the State Department was shrouded in scandal and mistrust. Just a few weeks ago, FBI Director said that Secretary Clinton was negligent. He questioned her judgment and revealed countless ways she has misled the American people. We know that the cornerstone of our global leadership is not just our awesome military, is not just our economic power, but it's our credibility. She has squandered Americans' trust. And thankfully, the latest misdeed hasn't slipped past the attention of the American people. Recent polls show that voters' distrust of Hillary was deteriorating her support. So it does come down to trust. She can't be trusted with classified information or trusted to play by the same rules that you and I play by. And without trust, we cannot feel safe and we cannot thrive. No one who has lost the trust of the American people should ever serve as our president. The only thing we can trust Hillary to do is to double down on the same failed Obama policies that are hurting Americans that I just described. We know she will double down on an economic agenda that's led to the lowest workforce participation in decades. We know that she will double down on the war on coal. We know that she will double down on Obamacare. We know that she will double down on far-left Supreme Court nominees. We know that she will double down on the catastrophic foreign policy that she herself has orchestrated. The contrast between our vision for the future and that of Hillary Clinton is clear. Now is the time to turn the tide. Are you with me? Let's turn the tide so that unelected bureaucrats no longer mandate regulations that are disconnected from the realities of working Americans. Let's turn the tide from an executive who promotes a radical environmental agenda that raises the cost across this country. Let's turn the tide from a Washington that tells us who our doctors are and delivers a lower quality of care. Let's turn the tide to a government that respects the Constitution and protects jobs and the way of life of rural America. This is not out of reach. We can make these visions a reality. This week, we'll officially nominate a candidate who received the most primary votes in the history of our party. A candidate who understands how to create jobs and grow the economy. Our party wants to allow businesses to create jobs, not regulate jobs out of existence. Our party understands the free market and doesn't try to control it. Our party stands up for hard-working Americans like my hard-working West Virginia coal miners. Our party will strengthen our military to face growing threats. We must carry this momentum to elect Donald Trump, who speaks directly to Americans who have been devastated by the Obama administration. West Virginians know he understands their problems, shares their concerns, and by golly is going to do things much differently. The American people know that Hillary Clinton has forfeited her trust and has broken her bond with working Americans. So let's commit tonight to bringing our country together. In the months ahead, the stakes are both clear and high. Take this energy from this convention back to your state, back to your home, and work to elect Donald Trump, who will make America great again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Don't eat up my time. Thank you. I want to thank you all for that very warm welcome. I have to start out by saying one very important thing. I'm not politically correct. And I hate political correctness because it's antithetical to the founding principles of this country. And the secular progressives use it to make people sit down and shut up while they change everything. It's time for us to stand up and shout out about what we believe in. You know, I devoted my career to studying and operating on the human brain. This remarkable organ defines our humanity. It gives us the ability to not only feel and observe, but to reason. When we elect a president, we need to use that power of reasoning to look at their history, their character, what kind of people they really are. It makes all the difference in the world for us. And it is going to be so critical right now. We must resist the temptation to take the easy way out and to passively accept what is fed to us by the politically elite and the media, because they don't know what they're talking about, but they have an agenda. Now, we must also be weary of the narrative that's being advanced by some in our own party. The notion that a Hillary Clinton administration wouldn't be that bad, the effects would only be temporary. You know, that it would only last for 4 and at most 8 years. They're not using their God-given brain to think about what they're saying, because it won't be 4 or 8 years, because she will be appointing people who will have an effect on us for generations, and America may never recover from that. That's what we have to be thinking about. You know, interestingly enough, we have to start thinking about what would Hillary Clinton do if she was in fact the president. She would appoint Supreme Court justices, she would appoint federal judges, and that would have a deleterious effect on what happens for generations to come. Not only that, but she would continue with a system that denigrates the education of our young people, puts them in a place where they're never going to be able to get a job, where they're always going to be dependent, and where they can therefore be cultivated for their votes. This is not what America is all about, this kind of deception. And this is what we, the people, have the necessary obligation to fight. Now, one of the things that I have learned about Hillary Clinton is that one of her heroes, her mentors, was Saul Alinsky. And her senior thesis was about Saul Alinsky. This was someone that she greatly admired and that affected all of her philosophies subsequently. Now, interestingly enough, let me tell you something about Saul Alinsky. He wrote a book called Rules for Radicals. On the dedication page, it acknowledges Lucifer, the original radical who gained his own kingdom. Now, think about that. This is a nation where our founding document, the Declaration of Independence, talks about certain inalienable rights that come from our Creator. This is a nation where our Pledge of Allegiance says we are one nation under God. This is a nation. This is a nation where every coin in our pocket and every bill in our wallet says, "In God we trust." So are we willing to elect someone as president who has as their role model somebody who acknowledges Lucifer? Think about that. The secular progressive agenda is antithetical to the principles of the founding of this nation. And if we continue to allow them to take God out of our lives, God will remove himself from us. We will not be blessed, and our nation will go down the tubes. And we will be responsible for that. We don't want that to happen. Now, Donald Trump, he understands this very well. He understands that the blessings of this nation come with the responsibility to ensure that they are available to all, not just the privileged few. This is exemplified by his willingness to take on the establishment against all odds. It is evident in his passion for the American worker. It is found in his desire to put his considerable skills to work on behalf of American interests, not his self-interest. I'm proud to support Donald Trump, an extraordinary businessman, the right leader for a time such as this. But you know what? It is not about Donald Trump. It is not about me. It is about we, the people. And Thomas Jefferson said that we would reach this point because we, the people, would not be paying attention, and it would allow the government to grow, to expand, and to metastasize, and to try to rule us. But he said, before we turn into something else, we, the people, would recognize what was going on, what we were about to lose, and we would rise up and we would take control of our nation. And I say now is the time for us to rise up and take America back.
Good evening. Many of you know me from one of your favorite soap operas, The Young and the Restless, The Bold and the Beautiful, and many other television shows and films. But since we only have one life to live, yes, I did have to throw that in there, I decided to follow other dreams. I'm now an avocado grower for all of you guacamole lovers. Yes, California avocados. I also run and operate my own design business. And with my husband, Gary, we just celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary. Gary and I are partners running a sport fishing business, retail operations, rental operations, and assorted other enterprises. Like millions of women across our nation, I have many responsibilities. And because we women have many roles in our lives, I'm offended when the media and the Democrats typecast us as single-issue voters. We take care of our families, work inside and outside the home, pay the bills, we manage the costs at home, take care of our parents, all focused on one thing: securing the future for our families. Like so many parents today, I have great concerns about the direction of our country and what it means for the future of my children. And I cannot let this election pass by without doing my part and helping get us back on the right track. That's why I am so grateful and honored to be here with you all tonight. When I look back at my grandparents, my mom and dad, I realize that so much of their lives were devoted to one goal: helping me, my sister Tammy, my brother Chris, have every opportunity to succeed. I was always told by my grandmother I could do anything I put my mind to, and I did. I worked very hard. We've started businesses that have succeeded and still do. And we've had ventures that have not. We have created jobs and even more tax dollars. We have worked 80-hour weeks and have gone without paychecks to keep our employees paid. This isn't unique to Gary and me. It is the story of every small business owner in America. I'm a member of California's Business Women for Trump. And we are comprised of farmers, doctors, small business owners, attorneys, and women in just about every field, profession, race, and ethnicity. Women for Trump. And we're concerned about out-of-control, unreasonable government regulations that needlessly add costs to doing business and tie us all up in red tape. And don't get me started about the bewildering tax code and high taxes to boot. This isn't true just for small businesses, but for farming as well. This past week, our business is confronting a problem caused by Obamacare. Yeah, that's a shock, isn't it? And as a small business, we used to offer medical insurance to our employees. And for those who chose to be covered, we paid most of their premiums. And this quarter, we had several employees work over the 30-hour threshold set by Obamacare. And by the requirements of law, they must now sign up for one of the approved health care plans. And our younger employees, they don't understand why they're getting forced off of their previous plan, which was significantly more affordable and tailored to their needs. Most of our employees are college age and they're very healthy, yet they're required to buy coverage that does not meet their needs and is too expensive for their wallets. One good thing, it's been a wake-up call to all of our young employees, and they are all voting Republican this year. One third of small businesses are owned by women. And to the 9.4 million women business owners who employ about 8 million workers, a value of about $1.5 trillion to our economy, I urge you to think about how important this election is for your future. Who do you think better understands your challenges and will stand with you fighting for a better economy and more opportunities? A career Washington insider who only knows how to use your tax dollars for more government jobs? And incidentally, ladies, in both then Senator Clinton's office and the Clinton Foundation, men have been paid better than women. Or a successful businessman who knows how to make a payroll, who understands the special challenges women business owners face, such as gaining access to needed capital, and who has an admirable record of hiring and promoting women in his businesses. You know, for a moment, I'd like to touch on an issue that Donald had spoken about from the beginning of his campaign: trade. As an actress and a farmer, boy, did you ever think those two would be in the same sentence, huh? Yeah. I've seen firsthand the impact of high taxes, over-regulation, and suspect trade deals. I have seen TV and movie productions move out of the country. If you were an A-lister like Leonardo DiCaprio or an owner of a studio producer, you were okay. But if you were a cameraman, a sound tech, a boom operator, or did any of the many jobs in production, you were just out of luck. And at the time, it didn't affect me. And I didn't understand what my local union boys were talking about. And now I do. And I'm sorry for not understanding the plight of these men and women who lost their livelihoods. And they did. And as an avocado grower, I face the impact of our trade policies. I've seen firsthand our domestic market flooded with imports that harmed local farmers and even drove some out of business. My neighbors who have raised this product for years are being forced to cut down their groves. I'll leave the decisions about trade policies and how you balance the many economic interests of our nation to others, but this much I do know. Donald Trump raised concerns on behalf of working people before the Washington elites did. He will make trade deals that benefit working men and women and their families right here in America. There's going to be a time, and I hope soon, for a woman president. And we have so many outstanding women in Congress and in our state and local governments who are ready for the job now or in the very near future. But let's be clear. The Democrats offer up a woman who, when she had a chance to stand up for women, did not do so. Instead, she attacked women, denigrated them, called them liars. And I personally know victims, and they find Hillary's actions and remarks repulsive. Her comments are comments of convenience only. And if we are to prosper as a nation, if we are going to grow the economy and create jobs, we need a leader who will go to Washington and shake things up. A president who will bring common sense regulations and eliminate unnecessary ones, who will fix our tax system, who will start us on the path to rebuild our infrastructure. We need someone who knows how to build things, who knows how to create jobs, and who knows how to negotiate. He's going to tackle problems head on, ladies and gentlemen, so we can have true progress. You know, since it was announced that I was speaking to you all tonight, I have been attacked in social media with all kinds of outrageous insults, none of which are even remotely true. The left wants to silence those they disagree with. In politics, on college campuses, and in business. This must stop, and I will not stand by idly. It is time we stood up for ourselves, for Donald Trump, and for our country. Donald is the most qualified man in America to turn things around in Washington and in our nation. So I ask you to join me and California's businesswomen for Trump in supporting America's best opportunity to return to greatness. Donald Trump, the next president of the United States. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome founder of American Muslims for Trump, Sajid Tarar.
Oh my God, so much energy. I can smell the success in the air. I feel the change. I see the spirit. And let's pray. Let's take some time. Let's pray for a strong America, for a safe America, and let's ask God to make us strong to fight terrorism all over the world. Join me in prayer. Oh God, our nation is in need of new leader, a commander who will guide America along a path of righteousness. We as Americans are ready for real hope, a change, and as for a tenacious leader who will be able to motivate this, the qualities of this leader must reflect the qualities required to uplift Americans and truly make America great again. Amen. Thank you. As Americans, it is our obligation to elect a leader who will guide us with justice, equality, and most importantly, integrity. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that we all have a piece of flesh in our bodies. If it is good, our whole is good. And if it's not, then the whole body is spoiled. It was written in Bukhari. From this, we can infer the role of our leader as a representative of United States of America. The values reflected by our leader must reflect the values that our forefathers set in stone at inception. We can only pray for such a leader in hopes that greatness will soon follow. And once again, God bless America, God bless you, God bless Donald Trump, and let's pray to get our country back. And God bless once again to all of you. Thank you so much.
Please welcome back Chairman Rex Frieders.
All right, the chairman recognizes a delegate from Illinois for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Janitra Diamante from the great state of Illinois, the state of Lincoln, and the great state where Ronald Reagan came from. The great state of Illinois moves that the convention to now adjourn.
Thank you. The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the convention stands adjourned until 7:30 tomorrow p.m. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're going to switch gears here now and take you to a White House briefing from earlier today.
Instead, Leader McConnell, Chairman Grassley, and the Senate Republican caucus are setting records for inaction as they fail to fulfill even their most basic constitutional responsibilities. Today marks 125 days since President Obama fulfilled his constitutional responsibility and nominated Chief Judge Merrick Garland to serve on the United States Supreme Court. Chief Judge Garland is somebody who has more federal judicial experience than any other nominee in Supreme Court history. He is somebody who the nonpartisan American Bar Association voted unanimously to give their highest rating. And he is someone who Republican Senator Orrin Hatch has described as, quote, a consensus, unquote, nominee. Now, despite Chief Judge Garland's extraordinary qualifications, Republicans in the Senate have refused to do their job, and Chief Judge Garland's nomination has now been pending longer than any Supreme Court nominee in history whose nomination was not otherwise withdrawn. As the President wrote this week in his own op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, filling a vacancy of the Supreme Court should be bigger than a political party or politics in general. It's about our democracy and the integrity of the institution of the United States Supreme Court. That's why the President lent his support to an idea that his predecessor, Republican President George W. Bush, also supported, namely that the Senate should commit to giving qualified Supreme Court nominees a hearing and a vote within an established time frame. As the President wrote, quote, this reasonable proposal would prevent the confirmation process from breaking down beyond repair and help restore good faith between the two parties. So it's a bipartisan proposal that we would strongly urge Senate Republicans to consider, that the Senate should commit to giving qualified Supreme Court nominees a hearing and a vote within an established time frame. As the President wrote, quote, "Good afternoon, everybody. And deeply believe in and try to instill in their kids. These are American values, and they're what we all strive for when we're at our best. And I'll add they're the same values, integrity and hard work, that President Obama expects of everybody who works at the White House. And he's led by example. These are the kinds of values that have animated his 2 terms as president. Ultimately, when it comes to our politics, what matters most is the agenda that's put forward to advance these values and instill them in the next generation. And in November, the American people will get to decide who's best suited to do that as the next president of the United States."
Thank you.
All right, Roberta.
Can you tell us whether the president or Mrs. Obama watched the speech last night?
I'm not aware that, I haven't spoken to the First Lady today. The president did not watch the convention last night, but he obviously is aware of the news coverage that Kevin was referring to.
And do you know whether Mrs. Obama has any reaction to the speech or the charges, the plagiarism?
Well, I think I'll let her speak for herself, but I think that let me say that I'm quite confident that she agrees with the sentiment of the response that I just relayed to Kevin.
I want to ask about the Olympics. Does the White House believe that Russia should be banned from the Rio Olympics over doping?
The U.S. government does not have a position on Russia's participation in the Olympics. The International Olympic Committee and the relevant governing bodies of the individual competitions will have to make those kinds of decisions. Obviously, they're reacting to a report from the World Anti-Doping Agency. That's an independent body. That is not a U.S. government agency. There are a substantial number of companies or countries that are represented on that body, and I do believe that the United States has one representative on that body. But that is not, that's an international organization that was formed to enforce rules and ensure fair competition. That obviously is, that notion of fair competition is obviously something I think that all Americans and frankly most people around the world strongly support. But even that report that was generated by the World Anti-Doping Agency is one that belongs to them, not to the U.S. government. So ultimately they'll all have to make some decisions about what impact that has on the Olympic Games and Russia's participation in them. But there's no official U.S. government position on that. Okay, Michelle.
When you say that the president is aware of the news coverage surrounding the convention, what is his reaction to it? I mean, what a number of outlets, including us, have been doing is showing them side by side, and the similarities are remarkable, and in some cases it's word for word. So what is his reaction to that?
Well, I did speak to him this morning. I didn't get a specific reaction to convey to you, but again, I think it's fair to say that what I described to Kevin about the First Lady's speech in 2008, how enthusiastic the crowd was about her speech, and frankly how strong the reviews were of her speech, were an indication that her words and her values and her life story is quite powerful. And they're also consistent with the kinds of values that I think most Americans subscribe to. And ultimately it's those kinds of values that will be at least a part of the decision-making process that American voters will have to make later this year.
In talking to him about this, though, can you at least describe his demeanor? Was he amused by this? Was he surprised?
I don't think I have much of a description of his demeanor to relate at this point. Presumably at some point he'll be asked to discuss this, and I'll let him do that a way that he chooses.
So I know you say he didn't watch this speech, but did he watch any of the convention itself, and does he plan to?
Yeah, I'm not aware that he watched any of the convention coverage last night. I don't know that he expects to watch much of the convention, but we'll keep you posted.
Okay, obviously there was a lot said in the course of the day yesterday, but one of the things we heard kind of in different forms a number of times, but also very specifically from Rudy Giuliani, was that a vast majority of Americans don't feel safe. What do you think of that statement, and do you think that that is true right now, for whatever reason?
Well, again, it was... I did hear some of Mayor Giuliani's speech yesterday. I guess it was difficult to not hear, given the volume at which it was delivered. But I'll let other people sort of assess the effectiveness of his delivery. I think what you've heard me acknowledge, what the president I think has acknowledged over the last couple of weeks, is the kind of violence that we've seen in our streets is unsettling, and there's obviously been a lot of debate about what we can do about it. And I think the president continues to be confident, however, that even in these unsettling moments, that our country is far more united than it might seem. And the kinds of divisions that are on display in our political system aren't reflective of the unity that I think most Americans feel, particularly when it comes to our common values. And all that was on display in the reaction that we've seen to much of this violence. Americans of all races were deeply disturbed by the killings of police officers in Dallas and Baton Rouge over the last week and a half. You've seen strong expressions of support even from people who have been protesting about isolated incidents of police misconduct, saying that they condemn this violence targeting police officers. Even they have made clear that it's unjustifiable. At the same time, we've seen Americans of all races express concern about the persistent racial disparities in our criminal justice system, and about some of the footage of interactions between law enforcement and African American men in the last couple of weeks that have also involved some violence. So again, the reaction to these events, while these events themselves are unsettling, the president actually would use the reaction to these events as clear evidence the country is far more united than it might seem.
Yeah, I mean, unity and united, we've been hearing those words a lot. So what I'm trying to get at is, does the administration believe that the vast majority of Americans does not feel safe, does feel safe? I mean, do you think that that statement is wrong?
Well, again, I'll let other people assess the claims of Mayor Giuliani. I think the president spent a lot of time talking over the last couple of weeks about his view of the current situation, and I think the president has tried to work quite constructively over the last couple of weeks to address it, both substantively in terms of having conversations with law enforcement leaders and civil rights leaders to work on some specific solutions that can be used to address the situation. But the president's also been interested in a broader conversation, including the one that was aired on primetime television last week, to try to help people with different perspectives open their hearts to the views of people who might disagree with them. And that will be an important part of making progress to address some of these situations.
And one of the headliners last night said during an interview that President Obama is absolutely a Muslim, in his opinion. What do you think that this is this sort of statement that's being made on the first night of the convention?
I don't make much of those claims. Okay. Angela.
You said yesterday that President Obama and President Erdogan would likely talk on the phone soon. Has that conversation happened yet?
It did. It occurred this morning. The president did have a conversation with his Turkish counterpart, President Erdogan. I would anticipate we'll get you a more formal readout of the call early this afternoon if we can get it done. but I had an opportunity to talk to the president about his phone call as well. I can tell you that the president used the phone call to reiterate once again the strong commitment of the United States to the democratically elected civilian government of Turkey. The president pledged his any needed assistance to the Turkish government as they conduct an investigation to determine exactly what happened. The president's expectation is that people in Turkey want to see a full investigation and accountability for those who are complicit in the failed coup. The president also believes that that investigation should be conducted consistent with the democratic principles that are enshrined in Turkey's constitution. And that includes a commitment to due process, that includes a commitment to the basic rights that are enshrined in Turkey's constitution, like freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly. Ultimately, those are the values that the Turkish people were defending in repelling the coup. And I think one good piece of evidence of that is you promptly saw statements from all of the parties represented in the Turkish parliament condemning the attempted military overthrow of the civilian government. That was a sentiment expressed by the leaders of political parties who have vigorous political disagreements with the current civilian government. So the Turkish government and the Turkish people's commitment to democracy is strong. And the principles of democracy should be adhered to even as a thorough investigation is conducted.
Did the president express any concern that those principles of democracy might not be adhered to as the investigation goes forward?
Well, I think the president is mindful of the fact that just 3 or 4 days ago, we saw a NATO ally whose democratically elected government was threatened by some components of their military. That's going to prompt some uneasiness and some tension. It's going to put people on edge. That's understandable. But it's in times like these that it's particularly important for the Turkish government and the Turkish people to adhere to the principles of democracy that they've been fighting for and that they're justifiably proud of. So it's not the first time that the president had the occasion to discuss with President Erdogan the importance of adhering to democratic principles. But the heightened anxiety in Turkey is certainly justified given the events of the last several days there. But it's important for leaders in the Turkish government and leaders in Turkish society to demonstrate continued commitment to these democratic principles.
Did they discuss in the call Fethullah Gulen, and if so, was there any formal extradition request issued by the Turkish government?
The status of Mr. Gulen was discussed on the call. I can tell you that also earlier this morning, separate from the phone call, there were materials presented by the Turkish government in electronic form to the U.S. government related to Mr. Gulen's status. And the Department of Justice and the Department of State will review those materials consistent with the requirements of the extradition treaty between the United States and Turkey that's been on the books for more than 30 years now. But the president also made clear a couple of other things. The first is that the United States doesn't support terrorists. The United States doesn't support individuals who conspire to overthrow democratically elected governments. The United States follows the rule of law. And as it relates to Mr. Gulen's status, there is a process that is established in the extradition treaty that we will follow. There also is due process to which people who live in the United States are entitled. And we'll make sure that that due process is followed as well. This isn't, the decision about Mr. Glenn's status and the decision to extradite him is not a decision that is made by the President of the United States. It is a legal decision that is made pursuant to a legal process, part of which is codified in a long-standing treaty between the United States and Turkey. So that's the process that will follow. Again, I can't say definitively at this point that a formal request has been made. We're still reviewing the materials that were submitted by the Turkish government, and we'll do that consistent with the process that's been established both in U.S. law and in the extradition treaty between the United States and Turkey. Okay, Margaret.
Josh, just to be clear, the documents received today don't yet count as a formal extradition request, right?
Well, to put it bluntly, they're still reviewing the materials to determine if they do qualify as a specific formal extradition request. They were received just a couple hours before I walked out here. The thing that's a little complicated about this is we typically do not discuss publicly many details related to extradition requests. So I don't know that moving forward, I'm going to have a whole lot of information that I will be able to provide about the process. But given the discussion that we had yesterday about the fact that we had not received a formal extradition request, I wanted to be sure to explain to you where that process currently stands. I don't know, however, that we'll be able to provide a daily update on the status of this process.
Well, can you help us understand a little bit the process here? When you say it is a legal matter, is it not correct to say then that diplomatic considerations will come into play here? That state will also get to weigh in on whatever justice comes down on?
Yeah. My understanding is that the process is quite complicated, but the way that it's been described to me is essentially there are a couple of tracks. The first is there is a review of the request, if one has been received, both by the United States Department of Justice and by the Department of State. And that is, of course, related to both U.S. law and the due process that individuals who live in the United States are entitled to. But it's also to ensure that that process is consistent with the steps that are laid out in the extradition treaty between our two countries. The other part of this process is that I made a reference to it in the context of the due process that's afforded individuals living in the United States, which is there is a role for a federal judge here as well. So it's complicated. That's basically the extent of my knowledge of this process. And again, I don't expect moving forward to be able to provide a day-to-day accounting of where things stand, but that's the direction that we're headed. But all that is, of course, contingent on the review of the materials that have been received.
But obviously, Turkey's status, being that they are a NATO ally, their importance to this country and our fight against ISIS, that would come into some consideration in some way, even if it's just states vote versus the federal judge and DOJ.
Well, there is a pretty well-established process here, and so I don't know that there is, I don't frankly know how much room there is for any discretion that could be exercised based on diplomatic sensitivities. That may be a technical question that's better directed to the State Department.
Question for you. In the phone call that the President had with Mr. Erdogan, you talked yesterday about the need for restraint. You used that word over and over again, saying that was the President's message. We've seen 15,000 members of the Education Ministry dismissed, 3,000 from the judiciary. I don't even know how many from the military. Does that constitute restraint?
Well, listen, I think I tried to address this in part of my answer to Angela. The situation in Turkey is tense right now. You saw elements of the Turkish military used the equipment of the Turkish military to attempt to overthrow the civilian, democratically elected government of Turkey. Innocent people died in that effort. And at this point, we don't know precisely the scope of that effort. We don't know how many people were involved. And that's something that Turkish officials are obviously working quickly to try to determine. They want to get to the bottom of what happened. I think the Turkish people have an expectation that it's worth getting to the bottom of what happened. After all, it is their government, the government that they voted for, the government that they elected, that was threatened. And there are innocent civilians in Turkey who lost their lives in the effort to overthrow it. So there's a genuine public interest in getting to the bottom of what happened. But even in times like these, especially in times like these, it's important to demonstrate a commitment to the well-established democratic traditions and practices of the Turkish government. And a commitment to those principles that are enshrined in Turkey's constitution is important. After all, it is a testament to the strength of Turkey's democracy that this coup attempt failed. Again, you saw the political parties come together in condemning it. You saw the Turkish people come out on the streets to express their opposition to it. The leaders of that democratically elected government have a responsibility to adhere to those principles, especially in times like these.
It sounds like you're saying it's not exactly like what we wanted to see. It doesn't look like the restraint we're calling for.
Well, I think what I'm indicating is that the events that we saw in Turkey on Friday night, I think it's hard for us to put ourselves in the place of the Turks. I think the one thing we can acknowledge is that a military action like that would be deeply unsettling to the government and to the population. But the only reason that effort failed is directly related to the strength of the Turkish people's commitment to democracy and the strength of Turkey's democratic institutions and the strength of the commitment of political leaders to the notion of democracy, even in the face of some profound political disagreements. So this is a particularly important time for the Turkish government and the leaders of Turkey to adhere to the principles of democracy and support the democratic institutions and traditions of the Turkish government. Okay. David.
Josh, you said the president did not watch the Republican convention last night. Why not? Is there something he was doing that was taking his time specifically, or was he watching something else? I'm curious.
I didn't speak to the president directly about what exactly he was doing last night, but knowing his habits, I expect that he was working in the private residence and had sports on television, not politics.
Does he think that the American public should watch the Republican convention? I mean, this is a showcase for, one good-sized portion of the country believes in, to some degree. It's a discussion of ideas about where the country should go. Does he believe the general public should tune into this, and even Democrats who don't necessarily agree with this party?
Well, based on the limited portion of the convention that I watched last night, that sounds like a rather generous description of what transpired on television, but I'll let other people speak to that. Look, I think the president does believe that it's important for people to be engaged in the political process. And the president does believe that it's important for people to be informed about the issues that our government is confronting and about the people who are aspiring to lead the government, or at least have leadership positions in the government. So that said, there are a lot of ways that voters can educate themselves about the process that aren't just limited to watching the Republican convention.
Yes, I think that tonight you'll have several of the elected official top Republicans in Washington speaking, I believe. House Speaker and the Majority Leader. Would the President tune in for that? Does he believe at least that that is, something that's maybe more worthwhile than, say, the roster last night?
It's possible. I don't know what the plans are. The President's plans are for tonight. I'm confident that even if he doesn't watch the speeches, he will certainly be interested in the news coverage of them. So
I guess the question is,
I don't mean to put additional pressure on you guys,
the
but
President may feel like he's heard their arguments. Maybe this is overheated rhetoric, which he sort of alluded to a few days back, that could be coming down the pike. But at the same time, he's talked a lot about having a conversation, listening to each other, making sure that we are hearing, and he probably wants Republicans to tune in when he talks to hear what he has to say. Would you agree with that? And wouldn't it be wise for him to maybe make a point to say, I'm watching, listening, even if I don't agree?
yeah. Well, listen, I think tuning in to hear the President of the United States speak, I think is different than tuning into a party convention proceeding. So, look, the President, the President himself will be delivering a message to the Democratic convention next week. And that's different than the kind of speech that the President gives, for example, in the East Room of the White House or in the well of the House of Representatives on the night of the State of the Union. So I
tune in when he speaks.
I guess my point is I think the President would understand if there are partisan Republicans who chose not to tune in to watch him deliver a speech to the Democratic convention. I do think the President is hopeful that they'll read news coverage about it, that they'll make an effort to understand exactly what message the President was hoping to deliver. And I think the President walks the walk when it comes to that advice, based on his own consumption of the news. And I guess I also want to be clear, the President's not making some principled statement registering some kind of protest by not watching the Republican convention. I think he merely is making a choice about how to spend the small amount of free time that he has in the evening. His preferences tend toward the athletic as opposed to the political. Karen.
Josh, the administration has asked the Supreme Court to rehear the immigration case that was a before split on the president's immigration actions, and acknowledge that it was a long shot that the Supreme Court would rehear this case. So given that, is it an effort to put the spotlight on the vacancy in Merrick Garland's stalled nomination?
Well, I think the spotlight was already on the vacancy because the Supreme Court was unable to reach a decision about the administration's executive actions. In this case, the filing from the Department of Justice is merely an effort to pursue every available legal avenue because we believe in the power of the legal argument in support of the president's executive actions. So, how that's going to move forward, I'd refer you to the Office of the Acting Solicitor General. But, we continue to have confidence in the power of our legal arguments, and we're going to make them as in every available venue.
And could you give us just more guidance on the agenda for the meeting today with the Attorney General?
Well, it is an opportunity for the President and senior officials at the Department of Justice. I would just note that we also expect that the Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, will also participate in that meeting. I think the President is interested in understanding what more we can do to protect our law enforcement officers. And he's also interested in furthering the discussion that has involved Director Comey, Attorney General Lynch, and Secretary Johnson about how to strengthen the bonds of trust between law enforcement agencies and the communities across the country that they're sworn to serve and protect. In too many of these communities, we've seen those bonds of trust start to fray. And that ultimately makes law enforcement less effective it only increases the risk that law enforcement officers face, and it ends up potentially, in some cases, making the streets more dangerous for the people who live in these communities. So it's a cycle that we need to reverse, because we know there's a virtuous cycle that we can benefit from. When law enforcement agencies are able to effectively work with community leaders to restore some trust, that has the effect of improving the relationship between law enforcement and the communities they're sworn to serve and protect. Tensions subside, and ultimately, those stronger relationships make it easier for law enforcement officers to do their job. It makes them safer and more effective in fighting crime, which ultimately leads to a reduction in crime and makes the community and the streets a little safer. So that's the dynamic that the President and Director Comey, Attorney General Lynch, and Secretary Johnson are interested in creating. And they'll have a discussion about how to do that in the Oval Office today.
Comey will be there as well?
Director Comey will be there as well, yes. Okay. Hans?
If I could just go back to plagiarism, at least your answer seemed to be focused on process and the integrity that you thought was in the White House. Could you give me a sense of your level of certainty, if you are indeed certain, that the President hasn't lifted passages from predecessors?
Well, Hans, we obviously go to great lengths to make sure that something like that doesn't happen. And so there's a thorough vetting process in place here at the White House to ensure the accuracy of the President's words. And also if there are quotes that are included in the President's speeches or other sources of inspiration, that they're properly given credit in his speeches. So the President obviously, I don't see Dr. Kumar here today, but she's got lots of statistics about how frequently the President has spoken in public. So we obviously have safeguards in place to prevent that kind of thing from happening.
So is that 100% certainty, or 99, or 95?
I've got a lot of confidence in our process. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Josh. On North Korea, yesterday, North Korea launched 3 Scud ballistic missiles into the east coast in South Korea. Would you please comment on this?
I can confirm that U.S. Strategic Command systems detected and tracked what we assess were 3 North Korean missile launches yesterday. The United States strongly condemn this and North Korea's other recent missile tests, all of which violate UN Security Council resolutions explicitly prohibiting North Korea's launches using ballistic missile technology. This provocation only serves to increase the international community's resolve to countering the DPRK's prohibited activities, including through implementing existing UN Security Council resolutions. I'm confident that the United States will continue to engage our partners in the region, including not just our allies Japan and South Korea, but even countries like Russia and China that are also concerned about North Korea's destabilizing actions. The United States has been able to work effectively with our partners in the region to apply significant pressure to the North Korean regime, but ultimately it has not led to the kind of strategic change in direction that we hoped and we continue to hope that they will pursue. But what's clear is that North Korea is isolated like never before. The international community is united like never before. And hopefully that will lead to a situation where North Korea makes a strategic decision to come out of the shadows of the international community and try to rejoin the international community. But before we can do that, they're going to have to make a clear commitment to ending these kinds of provocations and abiding by the by the UN Security Council resolutions that govern both their nuclear weapons program and their ballistic missile program.
So this will be a violation of UN Security Council resolutions.
That's correct. This test is a violation of UN Security Council resolutions that explicitly prohibit North Korea's launches using ballistic missile technology.
So There will be another sanctions or other.
Well, at this point, I'm not able to preview what sort of response, but I'm confident that this is something that we'll be discussing through diplomatic channels, both at the United Nations and in the region. Okay. All right. Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. How concerned would the president be knowing that if Glenn were to be extradited, he might face certain death?
Well, Kevin, the decision about this extradition, if and when we receive a formal request from the Turkish government, will be driven by the legal process that is codified both in U.S. law and in the treaty between the United States and Turkey that was signed more than 30 years ago. So there's a well-established process for evaluating all of this, and ultimately, as it proceeds, there's the possibility that a federal judge would ultimately be called upon to weigh some of these considerations as well. We intend to pursue that process, both because of our commitment to fulfilling our responsibilities that are codified in the treaty, but also because of what President Obama told President Erdogan earlier this morning, which is that the United States doesn't support terrorists, and it doesn't support people who conspire to overthrow democratically elected governments. But we are interested in making sure that we're following the law, and that people who live in the United States are afforded the due process that they're entitled to. And so we're committed to that process as well.
Are you familiar with the story out of Germany about the axe-wielding person, some madman apparently attacked a bunch of people? I'm just curious, what lessons, if any, can the U.S. draw from that axe attack on the German train by what I believe was an Afghan refugee?
We're still learning the details of that particular situation, based on the most recent reports that we saw, or that I've been briefed on at least. The only death that resulted was of the axe-wielding individual who was confronted by German police officers. So we obviously are relieved that there was no further loss of life. It's hard to draw any clear connections until we learn more about the precise status of the individual involved and the circumstances of this particular incident. I think what it could potentially be a good illustration of is the importance of ensuring that there are rigorous screening measures in place before individuals are granted refugee status in the United States, regardless of where they originate from. In fact, refugees attempting to enter the United States are subjected to more rigorous scrutiny and background checks than any other individual attempting to enter the United States. And that is something the President believes is in place for good reason. And even as we have sought to increase the number of refugees that are admitted to the United States in fiscal year 2016, the President has made clear to his team that he's not willing to cut any corners when it comes to our security. And he's confident that his team understands that and will pursue this goal of taking in more refugees than we have in the past, consistent with the imperative of not cutting corners when it comes to security.
Last one, I want to kind of circle back on Karen's question from earlier. You would acknowledge that sometimes in the process of a campaign, speeches are given where bits and pieces may have been, for lack of a better description, borrowed, taken, plagiarized, some would say. Have you ever worked on a campaign where that's been an accusation where a candidate you worked for, they said, well, that sounds a lot like candidate A or B from years previous? This sort of thing does happen on occasion, does it not?
Well, I was reminded this morning that there was a situation in 2008, I believe, where someone pointed out to then Senator Obama that some of the rhetoric that he was using was similar to rhetoric that I think it was then Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick had used. And the President acknowledged that they had discussed that language and that that was that the president had in fact been inspired by Governor Patrick to incorporate some of that language into his stump speech and some of the arguments that he was making. But again, I guess the point is, when asked, the president felt it was important to give credit to his friend of all, Patrick, who had been a source of inspiration for him. Again, I can't really speak to the process that was undertaken by any of the people who delivered speeches last night.
If you were in that camp and that happened, what, for those of us who haven't worked on a major campaign like at that level, and it came out minutes later that speech was given, warmly received, and it had passages that were apparently borrowed from another speech, would heads roll immediately? Tell me what that process would be.
Well, it's hard to imagine exactly what the reaction would be, but look,
You've been in that position where, tell me what would happen.
Yeah. I'm sure there are plenty of people who are eager to offer the Trump campaign some advice today, but I'm not one of them. And I'm sure they don't really want it either.
No. I meant more like, would there be screaming in the background? Would somebody? Would you hear from the candidate themselves? What would that be like?
Yeah, it's
for cover.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I can't recall that I've been in that situation.
Okay.
So, Dave.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
In the spirit of belaboring the point of how can I
Occupational
phrase this?
hazard.
Why did you remind us that Michelle Obama's speech in '08 was very popular?
Yeah, I guess because I think the point that I'm trying to make is simply that the reason that Mrs. Obama's speech, based on my recollection, was so well received by the people in the audience and so strongly reviewed by the pundits and political observers is that she spoke eloquently. She talked a lot about her powerful personal story. But she also was focused on core American values that are widely shared all across the country. Values like integrity and hard work are values that most people deeply believe in and aspire to. These are the values that we're thinking about when we are trying to be our best. And the president certainly holds everyone who works here at the White House to a high standard when it comes to those values. The president holds himself to a high standard when it comes to those values. And the President and First Lady have certainly worked to instill those values in their kids. And the next president's going to have to put forward an agenda. And when they do, I think the American people will assess to what extent their agenda would advance those kinds of values. So I think the point is that these are values that are shared by people across the country, regardless of political party. And we've been talking a lot in here about, over the last couple of weeks, about our dysfunctional political system and how divided our country may or may not be. And look, I think in some ways last night was clear evidence that there is very strong bipartisan support for those kinds of values.
Would you agree with me that a speech that turns out to be a dud is less likely to be imitated?
Assuming you're making rational decisions, yeah. I would agree with that notion. John.
Thanks a lot, Josh. After an investigation, the Office of Special Counsel determined that the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Julian Castro, violated the Hatch Act, which prohibits federal employees from using their official authority or influence to affect the outcome of the election. I read the statement that your office put out as it relates to this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like there's going to be any punishment for Secretary Castro for violating the Hatch Act. Did I read that correctly?
Well, John, I think I saw the statement from Secretary Castro, who acknowledged the inadvertent error and he indicated that he would participate in some additional training and get an additional briefing to make sure that when he's doing interviews in the future that he's understands what the Hatch Act requires. So look, I think to his credit, Secretary Castro acknowledged the mistake that he made. He owned up to it, and he's taken the necessary steps to prevent it from happening again. I think that's I think the expectation that people have when you make a mistake, particularly in a situation like this.
As you know, Secretary Castro is a very intelligent person. He went to Stanford, Harvard Law School, and in the report that the Office of Special Counsel put out, they write, since beginning his appointment in July 2014, Secretary Castro has received 4 briefings on the Hatch Act, including one in February 2016. HUD ethics officials advised him that when speaking in his official capacity as Secretary, his appearance must remain official and not become political. An ethics official, the report continues, testified that they specifically advised Secretary Castro how to handle political questions when he is speaking in his official capacity by stating that he is not there to talk politics. And so my question is, how does Secretary Castro make a mistake like this? And how is it that an official in his capacity is not, it seems to me, punished in any way for violating a federal law, the Hatch Act?
Well, listen, John, I think one thing it does do is it exposes the hazards of bluntly answering questions that are posed by journalists, a hazard that I'm intimately familiar with. So look, again, Secretary Castro, I think, was pretty blunt in his letter about acknowledging that he'd made a mistake and taking the kinds of steps to ensure that that mistake wouldn't be repeated. I'm quite confident that when he reads the transcript of the exchange that you and I are having, that it will feel like a punishment.
It seems to be a pattern, though, because former Secretary of HHS, Kathleen Sebelius, also was found to have violated the Hatch Act. Do you see this as a pattern in the Obama administration where administration officials, very senior level administration officials, are violating the federal law that exists in this regard?
No, I don't think it's a pattern at all. I'm not aware of the details of the Secretary Sebelius' case that you're referencing.
And one final question. Do you think it should be disqualifying for an individual to be put on a presidential ticket if they violated federal law?
Look, I'm going to leave it to both candidates. Obviously, one candidate has already decided about who he believes should serve with him on the ticket. And so, as it relates to the decision that Secretary Clinton still has to make about who should be added to her ticket, she's getting plenty of advice from people, and I'll let her make that decision. Okay? Paul.
Thank you very much. Josh, in the 8 or 9 months since the president killed Keystone, gasoline prices have fallen or stayed pretty stable, sort of undercutting one of the arguments that the supporters of Keystone always says, they said we need this to lower gasoline prices. To what extent does the administration feel perhaps validated by the fact that those predictions did not come true? And I have a follow-up.
Yeah. I don't think that validated, to be blunt with you. I think you've heard the president say on a number of occasions that his expectation is that at some point the continued growth of the global economy will put some upward pressure on gas prices. So the president certainly has offered people advice, suggesting that they should enjoy these historically low gas prices while they last. Some of the price reduction that we have seen is a consequence of the success that we have had in making the country more efficient. Some of the, as the fuel efficiency standards that the president put in place early in his first term take effect, that will gradually improve the efficiency of the U.S. auto fleet. That will put some downward pressure on prices because obviously demand will be a little lower. But look, the conclusion about the Keystone Pipeline was driven by factors other than the price of gas. I recognize that that was an argument that was made by some of the proponents of the pipeline, but ultimately the decision that was made by the State Department and obviously supported by the President was a decision that was related to climate change and what approving the pipeline would say about our country's commitment to the low-carbon economy of the future.
Shifting gears on Russia, the sanctions that remain in place against the Kremlin and the low price of oil, the White House has always said that at some point President Putin is going to pay a price. How do you explain the 75-80% approval rating that he continues to have?
Yeah. Well, I would assume that those of you who are journalists and come by your skepticism honestly would be particularly skeptical of polling data that emerges from Russia.
The polls are rigged.
I didn't say that. I think that you all make your own assessments. The broader argument that we have made is that there's no denying that the Russian economy has been hurt by the sanctions that have been put in place. They've certainly been hurt by lower energy prices as well, but the combination of those two things has had a negative impact on the economy, and the sanctions that have put in place against Russia have impeded their ability to respond to those low energy prices in a way that would allow them to try to compensate for them. So the point is, Russia's isolation in this instance has had a negative impact on their economy, and the thought has been that the pressure of that economic isolation could at some point prompt President Putin to live up to the commitments that he made in the context of the Minsk agreement. That hasn't happened yet, but we're hopeful that at some point he'll make that decision, because if he does, the United States and the rest of the international community is prepared to lift those sanctions and give the Russian government and the Russian economy some more flexibility to compensate or at least mitigate some of the weakness that they've sustained as a result of low energy prices.
Finally, Putin has said that he does not want to be president for life, but he hasn't ruled out running again in 2018. I recognize that's not necessarily this president's problem, but would the White House seem to me not be in favor of him running again in 2018? Do you have a position on that?
Well, I think ultimately we would respect the decisions that President Putin would make with regard to his political future. But beyond that, I don't think I would wade. Given my hesitance to wade in on the American presidential election, I'm going to be doubly reticent to weigh in on the Russian presidential election. So, Janet, did you have your hand up earlier?
Why don't we go back to plagiarism?
Okay.
Do you have any background on the OA speech itself? Those words that seem to have been lifted, were those written by the First Lady at the time? Do you know?
Well, I think what we acknowledged at the time is that the First Lady worked closely with a team of speechwriters to prepare that speech. Sarah Hurwitz, who actually continues to serve in the First Lady's office as her speechwriter, at that point in time had recently joined the Obama campaign. And
all right, everybody, that concludes tonight's broadcast of the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Certainly that
We'll see you
speech
tomorrow,
reflected,
9 a.m.
The First Lady's